but Jonah will be secured at least by Peter. The
What?
from afar, the time ends up losing his life and seeing Triple G just basically falls
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. It has been a wonderful 2-week break, not just for us casters, but also the players. 2 weeks of practice, 2 weeks of preparation for the second phase of the knockout stage. My name is Danalee, and of course joining me is the wonderful, the mustachio AJ. AJ, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you.
First week back for the second phase. I think a lot is going to be happening. We've got some meta changes. The teams are fresh. I'm expecting some new strategies. Like, there's so much craziness that's going to be happening.
I mean, no doubt at all, right? There is technically tournament number 2 going on here because we've finished off the first half of the tournament, but this feels like a fresh new one altogether. The only difference is the torture of the distance between themselves as the other teams out there on the overall leaderboard doesn't go away. There's no reset. Technically, you start off from exactly where you left off. So for some of the teams who are trying to catch up to Buriram United Esports, it's a torture because they're literally one whole day's worth of points ahead of them on the overall leaderboard. There's 110 points between the first and the second place. Second place, of course, by Team Falcons, the newly acquired C-Triple-G, having a little bit of money pumped up behind them as well as a brand to carry now, Danny.
I think that's really exciting for a team as well, because once you do finally get picked up by a big org such as Falcons, that's motivation for you to play better. You have more resources.
Yep.
Like, I am actually really excited for C-Triple-G to see how much better and how much quicker they're going to be when it comes to trying to formulate new strategies, like just those resources. Very few teams have access to it, and I really think C-Triple-G is one of the best teams to capitalize on that kind of investment. So really excited for them. I'm kind of thinking, like, is this going to be the day that we see absolutely excited for today? It's Group A versus B. Now, no Group C. No Buriram. This is the time for all the teams, like the 17 remaining teams, 17, but 12 teams competing today to get their points before Buriram gets their points for this week. And I really think it's so crucial that they do the absolute best that they can to just hoard their points now.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, right? And of course, when Buriram comes back and Team Falcons gets into the grouping of Groups A and C, you know, the question is going to be whether or not with this new injection of funds, with this new injection of backup that they have now, can they truly fly up to that #1 spot? And at the very least, use this week to catch up with Buriram. Next week, they overtake them. If they can overtake them within the first week of being acquired, I mean, you know, they say money can't buy you happiness. Maybe it can buy performance.
It could buy performance, motivation. There's a lot money can buy that we probably don't really think about. But with that said, I think we do need to go on with this program, because I know a lot of people, all of you out there watching, you're excited to get back into the action. So let's do it here, AJ. Very quickly, got to have a quick rundown for the tournament timeline. So we've already finished the first half of the knockout stage. We are now in the second stage, where we have 3 weeks of knockouts left. Now, these are crucial 3 weeks for teams that have not made top 12 yet, because remember, folks, only the top 12 teams out of our 18 competing teams will make it to Point Rush and, of course, that grand final. So if you are the bottom 6 right now, these 9 play days are your last days to get those points in and to make it to top 12.
And of course, this is exactly what all of that extra effort is for. Technically, everybody takes away a slice of this pie. The only question is, how big is your slice? If you do get kicked out during the knockout stages, you don't get to go to the grand finals. Everybody walks back home with $3,000 in pocket. And if they do make it onto the playoffs, they do have a little bit of a bigger slice to play for. Down here from the 9th to the 10th spot, you walk away with $10,000, which is already super solid. And of course, if you win the whole thing, ridiculous amount of money, Danny.
It's life-changing money for some people. Now, to get there, of course, you do need to understand the point system for competitive Free Fire. So if you get first place within the round, you get that booyah, you automatically lock yourself in to 12 points. Second place team will get 9, third place team will get 8. And as you go down, you will be accruing less and less points. And unfortunately, if you end up being the bottom 2 for the round, you will be taking home 0 points, but you can compensate with those elimination points. Now, we do need to keep in mind, we have a tiebreaker rule just in case we have a tiebreaker after the knockout stage. Teams will be the number of booyahs will be the first stat we look at if we do have 2 teams that are currently tied. If they are tied in booyahs, we go to total eliminations, and if they are still tied with total eliminations, we go to survival ranks. And this is for the final round of knockouts, the last game you play. That is such a deadly position to be in.
And these are the teams that will be in participation today from Groups A as well as B. So we'll give the highlights to Group C first that we're going to be taking off of the list. Walking Among Gods, they were United Apollo, Buriram, United Esports, Stora, Onyx, Olympus as well as Attack All Around will not be playing today. The rest of the 18 within Group A and B, they will do battle. And like you said, Danny, no need to worry about Buriram United Esports. But here's the thing, right? We are in week number 4. This is after 2 weeks of break. And technically, without a shuffle, all of the teams within Group C still have to suffer at the hands of Buriram.
That's the thing, right? Like, you have to think that the teams in Group C, they're just like, oh, we have to constantly deal with the literal, like, gods of Free Fire. But maybe it's a good thing for some people. Like, you feel that pressure and you keep playing with the best. Like, obviously, that's going to have a positive influence on you. But we'll leave that aside because that's going to be tomorrow. Today, though, Groups A and B. Now, we have to consider the front runners for these groups and also the teams that are actually towards the lower end of the bracket as well, right? Because remember, it's the race for top 12. So from Group A and B, let's focus on the bottom teams who are actually looking for those points, who desperately need those points today.
Well, those desperately needing the points today, of course, is going to be Heavy as well as God of Wolf. They are from Groups B as well as A. If you take a look here, Group A alone, God of Wolf. This is a team that has been hitting hot and cold. 2 booyahs to their name thus far, but still 52 points away from that 12th spot. The problem is the teams sitting down in the 11th and 12th spot are RRQ Kazu as well as PE Sports. They are in play today as well. So God of Wolf needs to look to do better than those squads no matter what happens within the next 6 matches.
Yeah, like they have to accrue not just points to climb, but also make up for whatever points these teams are making. So very deadly situation for these teams. And now let's take a look at our front runners. Who are we looking at in these 2 groups that are looking to close that gap with Buriram if they want to try and take that first place?
Sorry, Danny. So technically, it's just all about Vietnam today, right? You talk about God of Wolf. We also have Heavy down here in Group B who are trying to make the break into the top 12. PE Sports is here as well. And of course, you've got 2 Vietnamese squad trying to earn the top 12 spot, and they have to fight against their brothers who are from Vietnam as well. So an all-out Vietnamese storyline here on the first day of opener after our 2 weeks break. PE Sports, this is a team that has lesser booyahs in comparison to both Heavy as well as God of Wolf, who have 2 for each of themselves and only 1 booyah in the hands of PE Sports thus far. But of course, I think the extra bit of fire under their butts will keep them at a good performance today. At least we hope.
We hope so, but we also need to consider that everyone is kind of playing fresh. Like, sure, you played you played together 2 weeks ago, but 2 weeks in the world of esports is a very long period of time. And then, of course, we have to consider the meta changes. We don't even know how this is going to influence the teams. But let's switch on over here to RRQ Kazu, one of our Indonesian representatives here. What do you think is going to be the status for the Indonesian region for today's games? Like, do you feel like it could also be a day for Indonesia to really make that climb?
I mean, it's always Indonesia's day, right? As far as RRQ Kazu is concerned, this is a team who was not in the top 12, who made it to the top 12 through just pure survivability. They have got the brains to keep quiet when a battle is going on and stay silent on the opposite side of the battlefield, get involved only when it's truly necessary. So therefore, their stats may not be super stacked, like you can see the headshots here. And I really like the stats that have been added here. We actually get to see the ranking of these players for those individual stats as well. He's 27th on the average elimination, 38th on the average damage. So RRQ Kazu is not your heavy firepower squad, but you will see them in that final circle. They're pretty heavy on the placement points, but they can get the battle done as well when it's truly required out of them, right? We can say the same for PE Sports, but the unfortunateness here is RRQ Kazu has been slightly more consistent than PE Sports, although they're not too far apart in points.
Yeah. We could be looking at that fresh start. I think we always want to have a fresh start for these teams, but let's have a look at a very quick battle analysis between these two teams. And I mean, as we can see across the board, like look how balanced RRQ Kazu is as a team. Like they are equal elimination, headshots, damage, and assists. But for PE Sports, it seems statistically the one thing that this team is currently missing, unfortunately, is headshots. Like they have everything else sort of in line, but I guess offense seems to be their biggest weakness. If you're a team that is struggling in the offense department, what would you sort of consider to try and improve that moving forward?
I think it's all about keeping up with the meta. It's all about finding what is your best method of survival to get into that final circle. And then you, of course, do let luck to a certain degree play its part, but you need to survive with enough loot in your hands as well, right? But of course, a little bit of the highlight onto some of the top flight teams here as well. You've got Reverse Red currently sitting down in the 3rd spot. Team Falcons themselves, they will be in play today, and of course, looking to play catch up with Falcons.
Got to play catch up. I mean, it's a race for the top for these for the teams that are at the top of that leaderboard. Just take home as much money as possible, make it to that top 12. I mean, top 12 is basically guaranteed, I think, at this point. For could we say top 8 teams? They're guaranteed. I don't know about top 10, but top 8 definitely guaranteed. It looks like.
It's very difficult to say, Danny, because, you know, you never know what kind of fire the teams who are currently not in the top 12 have within themselves. And, you know, if this sort of a distance could be built over the past 3 weeks, you know, a good catch-up, perhaps even overtaking them, you know, the potential is here because there are no bad teams in the tournament.
No, definitely not.
We will just say some teams who are just questioning, you know, very questioningly struggling down there at the bottom. Teams like Homeboys, Flash, Toda. We don't know what happened there, but maybe the 2 weeks of break was enough for them to find that rhythm again.
Yeah, and I sort of want to double down on that too, right? Like I think especially some of the viewers, you see these teams and you think, oh, they're doing terribly, like why are they here? These teams are actually really good. They are playing with the best teams within the region, and there are going to be different skill levels across the board, but these players, like if you meet them in a standard lobby, they're going to kick your butt. So don't underestimate them. These players, you just have to give them that opportunity to pop off, and we've seen it time and time again. Like a team that supposedly is not doing well, you give them that 1 week, they find their rhythm, they pop off, and you have to change your mind because you know you can't have that mindset when you're looking at these players. But really excited to start today's game because I think we are looking at a semi-clean slate. Like the break, I really think is going to have for some teams a positive impact, but for others, I might be a negative one, especially teams that I feel rely on momentum.
Yeah, let's just say they had a 3-week point rush system of their own, right? And there's a little bit of a lead here. Surprisingly enough, we don't take Team Falcons in, but we take a comparison between Reverse Red as well as Stalwart Esports, both of them from Thailand, and you can see the numbers are very fairly stacked against each other, right? The damage a little bit more on the side of Reverse Red, obviously resulting in more eliminations, but Stalwart Esports not too far away, and technically on the overall leaderboard they're just 7 points away from each other, right? So I guess the graph, the dynamics there may skew a little bit more to the side of Stalwart when it comes to the eliminations as well as headshots, but in the overall grand scheme of things, Reverse Red is still ahead of them because it's not just about the engagements, it's about survivability sometimes.
Yeah. And also we have to consider with the meta changes as well, are we maybe going to be seeing some new active skills come into play for some of these teams? Because we saw, I mean, one of the biggest changes, especially when AJ was talking to me about it, was the fact that there has been a change to the portal. So there is now a 1 second delay before you're able to cast that portal. We saw in the past competitive weeks how many teams were using portals to go in and out of those fights. And so now with that change, it kind of makes you wonder, okay, how is this going to influence some of the teams? Are they going to have to adjust accordingly to a lot of these meta changes? It wasn't just a few changes.
Yeah, don't even get me started on the meta changes, right? Too many things have changed in the 2 weeks of break. I mean, you see a couple of nerfs across the board as well. So obviously the active and passive skills, we may see a change here. Probably not within the first or 2 days of our new set of 3 weeks. Probably maybe into week number 2, we can start to see the numbers. I might be worth to throw it out to production to kind of like hit the reset on some of these numbers due to those meta changes to see if or not the characters are still being abused as much after the adjustments have been made. But either way, we should be able to see some sort of a trend.
Yeah, I'd love to see the comparison as well, to see like how did the meta evolve from the first phase of knockouts until the second phase of knockouts. Like, this is just a really cool thing when you have such a long league stage for these teams. Like, they are given such a big opportunity to not only just play the game, but we watch the viewers. We get to watch the meta evolve as these teams also evolve and improve and get better. It's a really, really interesting cycle, especially when you're tuning into the esports scene. But of course, we have to talk about the match schedule, and as usual, we are going to be kicking things off with with Bermuda, followed by Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextterra, and then my favorite one, the random map, the X Factor. We've seen a couple of teams really capitalize on that random map.
Absolutely. Teams to look out for on Bermuda would be Reverse Red, WAG, as well as Expand. WAG is not going to be playing. They're in Group C. So we're looking at mainly Reverse Red, Expand, as well as Stalwart Esports. So a little bit of highlight on Expand, right? This is the team that's currently sitting down in the 8th spot. MYSG squad didn't have the greatest of starts in the group stages on week 1. Week 2, we saw them really improve their demeanor as well as approach towards that final circle. You saw a little bit of aggression as well. And then I think, these are all young boys, right? Very young kids, many great years in the world of esports ahead of them. But I guess they have not truly matured yet because they can hit those high notes, but they can't seem to bring that consistency in. And I don't think it's a skill issue. I think it's more of like, mind management, how you manage yourself, on and off all of your games, right? Because sometimes you feel like, okay, week 2 was fantastic. Week 3, maybe I don't need to go as hard, and then you drop in ranks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just because a team has been in the scene for forever, everyone's developmental speed is going to be different. And of course, this is where resources come in, right? Like, if you're a team that has these resources to have a coach, to have someone guide you in managing your mentality, the way that you view the game, and especially controlling your feelings when you play the game. This might sound crazy, but to a competitive player, the way you feel when you play the game heavily influences the decisions that you make. It can decide whether you pull the trigger, it can decide whether you decide to be patient instead. I have seen players, like, I think AJ, I'm pretty sure you've seen players, not just Free Fire, but in other esports titles, they have an opening and they miss it. And for all we know, it could have been nerves, it could have been them getting distracted by something else, it could have been a call from the captain and someone hesitating before making that call. So there's so much that happens within a team dynamic that we don't get to see or even hear as spectators. But once you start to see these players play, then it sort of tells itself. And I feel like in the case of Expand, like, this team has so much potential. So much. It's just, I think we and everyone else that is sort of backing this team, we're waiting for them to find that stride. And for some teams, that it takes them a week, 2 weeks to find their stride. But then for others, it takes months, years. For all you know, there's like, some teams never find their stride. It's a really cruel world within the world of esports.
I mean, spot on with each and every single point there, right? I truly do agree, because most of these players who are able to reach a level like this are fantastic in the game, but out in real life, whether or not they can be managed, it's not just on their own, I guess, openness to getting that feedback, accepting it, and changing themselves over time. Because, you know, I don't know if you can relate. When I was younger, I thought I was right all the time. Okay, and then you get to a certain age where you realize, holy mama, I actually don't know anything. And it's really difficult, especially when you're a young blood. People telling you that, you know, this is not the way, you have to focus on these things. To you, it's all about the game, you know. The outside world doesn't really matter that much, and that's exactly where these organizations come into play. This is something that I want to see out of Team Falcons as well. Yes, of course, I mean, I don't want to, you know, just like assume that there is a huge injection of funds, but it's a Saudi Arabian label. Okay, I am going to assume there is some sort of injection of funds, but it's not just about that. Just money alone can't get you to the top. It is the true proper team management, kind of helping them stick together like glue. That's why your team captains are important. The communication is important. There's a little bit of adult guidance here and there, you know, could help you go the extra distance.
Yeah, it's just the support. You have to find like the right people to back you. Like once you have that dream team, you're good, man. You're good. I mean, you're probably good for life at that point. So super. I just want these games to start, AJ. Like I am just wanting to see.
I've waited 2 weeks, Danny.
We've all waited 2 weeks. Okay, it's not just you. We've all waited 2 weeks, but I'm just so keen to see how the story is going to unfold. Is it just going to be a case of whatever happened 2 weeks ago, the story continues, or if we're just going to be opening up a brand new book and writing a whole new narrative?
Okay, wait. You see, you know how they say you can't make everybody happy? So I feel like Garena has done many things to make me happy when it comes to constantly improving their tournament setup, you know, edition after edition of Free Fire World Series, or be it the previous brands whatsoever, right? But what I'm not so pleased with here is there's no reset on the groups. So due to that, we may just see a little bit of a pattern as to how these teams interact with each other, because they've had 3 weeks of knowing each other, getting whooped by each other, probably having some revenges here and there, but it's clearly shown us like a decent pattern, right? No reset on the grouping just means that there's just more time for them to continue the onslaught if there was any, you know, in the first place. So I guess from a different perspective, if you really want to make a difference through all odds, you have to show us that you've made some drastic changes within your lineup.
I mean, if I were these teams in Group C in particular, I'd be begging Boyram, hey, can you please scrim with me? We need to practice against you.
Oh yeah.
Because they have been the major hurdle. I mean, we had this discussion, you know, pre-broadcast, like teams in Group C. I mean, once you saw the draw, I'm pretty sure a lot of them just thought, oh my gosh. What kind of a group do we get put into? Yeah. And they've technically done very well, I think, considering how their past, like their first 9 matches have been. And I am hoping the fact that they've just been constantly paired up with Boyram, that this is actually speeding up the progress of improvement for these teams. Like, it's invaluable experience. Like, sure, people are saying like, oh, but they're just getting beaten time and time again. Sometimes you have to be beaten down to actually rise up.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, right? Sometimes you really need to be, I guess, taught a heavy lesson before you smarten up. If you can smarten up, then obviously you can earn yourself a good opportunity. But you know what? It looks like, Danny, we have a couple of players who have not been able to join the lobby. That's causing a little bit of a delay for our fans here who are waiting for the matches. So I guess to kill time, we can talk about the elephant in the room, right? The meta changes that have come in recently. You know what? Obviously I haven't been able to memorize all of them. There's been too many. So I'm just going to read it off a list. You tell me what you think about them, right? And of course, we're going to start with the first one. We were kind of talking about this before the broadcast started. Portal Go optimization. It now takes 1 second to teleport to the destination using a Portal Go. So we are not going to see an instant teleportation like boom, you put it down, you're taking that backstab, and then you're making some great big noise, right? Now when you spot the Portal Go out there, 1 second may look like what? It's just 1 second, but that 1 second could just mean the difference between a knock and an elimination.
Exactly. So I feel like we will be seeing teams having to play a lot more strategically around the Portal Go, because now you don't have that just get out of jail free card, because
Yeah.
that's what we essentially saw. Like, sure, we saw teams use it aggressively
Yeah.
in those final circles, but when it comes to defensive play, I did feel in some circumstances like it was not really a
OP.
cheat, but it was really, really strong.
Yeah.
So now I am expecting teams to be, oh, like, what's that piece of paper on that? What has happened? All right, maybe for luck.
It's either he's sick or he just, lay down on his table and something stuck on his head and he doesn't notice. I think he's sick.
Look, I think he's sick too. I don't think his teammates would let him sort of sit there like that. But I do think, so strategic play is definitely going to have to come into play with the portal go. You can't just plop it down and be like, oh, we can go wherever we want. And this will also impact teams that want to use the portal go to reset, because I think what we saw in those last couple of weeks as well was that teams, they would use the portal go, they would portal out, they would reload, and they would come back in.
Yeah.
So they had a free way to reload, and it was just too strong. Like the 1 second, I think it's just so important. I'm glad this was changed.
Yeah, I mean, I mind my friend, but it was super bloody OP, right? For the noobs who don't understand what's OP, it's just overpowered, okay? You put it out there, and, if you've got good mastery over it, you're going to be demolishing your opponents, and that's exactly what happened. And I'm hoping to see maybe a little bit of disruption in terms of rhythm as well, because when the portal go was initially introduced, we saw quite a number of teams, kind of taking a while to get used to it. So perhaps with but technically speaking, we've had 2 weeks of break. This meta adjustment did not just come in like today. So they've had a little bit of time to get used to that difference in timing in terms of teleportation. So I guess then we don't need to spend a lot of time talking about it. We can just see it in action later. There is another item here that is going to be making a world of difference out there. It's the active skill cards optimization. So for players who, have left Free Fire for a while in terms of the, playing or the competitive scene, you're coming back now, you're watching this broadcast, what were the changes? Initially, we added in something called the active skill cards, which means you've got your active skill, and now you can buy an additional active skill, and you can just keep the card. So the usage will depend on, how many of those cards that you have within your team, right? So you've got an extra active skill to use. So they've made some adjustments to that. So now players can pick up an active skill card in a match that is the same as the active skill they've equipped in their preset. So this is a little bit of a game changer. Prior to this, you couldn't, which means if a player's current active skill is available for use, they pick up an active skill card at the same time, it grants the player an additional skill charge, allowing the player to use the active skill twice in succession. This is a game changer, Danny. Imagine if you had the Skylar, okay? The Skylar in the past, one shot, world championship winning level of impact in the game. Now you've got 2 shots with the Skylar. And I think the weakness of the Skylar has always been, I mean, it's a balancing thing, right? You shoot it to one place, blue walls all disappear, but the teams can restack blue walls on another spot. But now imagine 2 shots out of the Skylar. It's a GGWP if that happens. But of course, it's just a random example that I'm giving. A lot of things could change through what has happened thus far.
Look, I think we're going to finally see it, because ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 1. I hope you're excited as we are, because this is going to be the first game back after our 2-week break. We're down to our final 3 weeks of play. It's Group A versus B. Let's see what's going to be on the table here. How influential are the meta changes going to be for these teams? And maybe are we going to be seeing a different story, a comeback arc for the teams that have struggled for those first 3 weeks? And it looks like we are going to be getting a very, very west side flight path. So anyone that does try to go to the eastern side, it's going to be a much longer path for those teams. But so far, I think we're going to be seeing, hang on, is it going to be passive? Are people going to take it easy? It looks like we're not really seeing any hot drops. I'm kind of happy about this.
So far.
Good discipline.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get toasted so early, right?
There we go.
In this current lobby, there's just way too many good teams. You just can't, count on luck anymore. A 50-50 battle just isn't going to cut it. New metas to play around with on the pro scene, so you got to be really careful. But RRQ and Heavy seem to have found each other, though. Indonesians, are able to at least get 3 players down and out Vitan the final one.
Wow.
And a quick team elimination. Team Heavy, a team that was desperately trying to get in. We were talking about this, smoothened out so early.
I mean, this is a great start for RRQ as well. Like, this was a team that I never expected to just sort of go all out with that early game aggression. But
Yeah.
I mean, the Indonesians, they have been ramping up as these games have been progressing. It looks like, though, Falcon going to be engaging into Expand. Looks like Fire is just going for a little pot shot, but it looks like here for Expand, I mean, this is your first game back. If I was them, I'd play safe as well. You don't want to be eliminated this early in your first game back.
I like the nameplates down here below all these players. We get to see their roles that they play within the squad as well. I mean, props to production. I think they have really stepped it up for this season. And not only did they step it up for the season, they've been stepping it up day after day. We come back from a 2-week break. I expect to see the same old. But no, we've got upgrades in terms of the stats. We get to see exactly where they stand in the overall leaderboard when it comes to the individual stats like damage, eliminations, headshots. I mean, beauty. This is, you gotta love the hustle.
Yeah, got to give some appreciation to the production. They have done a really great job as the tournament has progressed so far. But we are going to just sort of watch the perspective here for STE. Just really hunting for these eliminations. I'm quite surprised how aggressive Stalwart Esports are trying to be this early in the game.
Yeah.
Back to Falcon, though. Now, because Expand have left, just a free looting game for this team. So aside the one elimination, I actually think we're going to be seeing a very quiet lobby here, AJ. I think the teams are just going to avoid conflict, just loot. I think it's the same as like the first week. We saw a similar scenario, I think, for these teams.
Your
Oh,
mouth
wait,
has
okay, I may have
barely
lied.
closed. Your mouth has barely closed, Danny.
Oh my gosh.
And they're in it again. And look at this.
Oh,
You might just
boy.
have a third-party situation here. Falcons
Oh,
might...
boy.
And you know, I think they've got some pretty good hearing. Now, GOW being forced back. Neo down onto the ground and already. Crime MKS with the flank around the right-hand side. D Kwang really low on that HP. Crime takes that drop. Now, Neo, Dian all on the ground. He's the final survivor. But the flank is there from Expand. They're wrapping around to clean house. And it looks like we're going to get the second squad elimination. Both the Vietnamese squad who are desperately trying to get in here to the top 12 are going to get flattened out in the first game itself. Oh, but it looks like a revival was still there for GOW. So the boys are still hanging on for their dear lives.
Hanging on for dear life, and I mean, at this point, they're just sort of praying that they even survive for the next 5 minutes when you're flying in so vulnerable. But we already have our first damage leader of the game, and it's going to be Fies from Expand. I mean, this is one of Expand's best maps. Okay, if they're going to pop off, this is a team that needs to pop off here, and I'm actually really excited for this team because this is some great momentum to kick things off for them.
Neo, who was revived, does get Dian back in here as well. So GOW slowly recovering from the onslaught at the hands of Expand. Good on them. You gotta love the pocket shop within the first 3 circles. You do get a technically free ticket of revival as long as you've got enough cash. You know, money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you a second chance in a game of Battle Royale. Free fire. I guess the Falcons have heard different sounds out there. Instead of the gunshots, they hear footsteps. Homeboys, Fires down on the ground. Peter, deadly shooter from afar. They go in for the shutdown. One more now with the AC-80 as well. The tags are there, but Aleph with the instantaneous revive, bringing his player right back in.
Oh, this is a deadly encounter for Homeboys. If they survive this, though, this would be massive, eliminating Falcons from that lobby. But so far, Falcons, it looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. We do have a pickup there from CosQ. Luffy is on the ground. Butterfly trying to do his best, but with Aleph down as well. I actually think this might just be it for Homeboys. Oh, this is not the start that this team wanted, especially going into their first game back.
This is just recovery, right? Falcons just doing what they do best out there, just wiping the floor with everyone. But the pocket shop once again kicks into battle, and Homeboys are hanging on for their dear lives. The revival was brought right back in the nick of time. Portal Ghost may not be there, but the pocket shop still allowing extra survivability, allows, of course, the aggressive ones to go out there picking some good, decent points. Falcons now leading the lobby with a total of 5 eliminations.
Already looking at lots of eliminations across the board, and still only 1 team eliminated so far. But we do have to mention that we now have 2 teams that are currently at a disadvantage, although it's God of Wolf going up against Homeboys, and Luffy is out, so that's going to be it for Homeboys. I said there were going to be 2 teams playing recovery mode. I think we're now back to 1.
I mean, that's just exactly how the cookie crumbles. Homeboys will just have to try again. I mean, if they have any troubles, technically they're playing in the same spot with Expand. Maybe they want to ask for some advice. Might help them take this a little bit longer in terms of how they've been able to manage their matchups thus far. At one point, Homeboys used to be better than Expand. And how much do I miss those days? You have no idea, right? I mean, I love Expand. I love what they have been able to do for the Malaysian flag, but I just wish they had a little bit more competition on home soil itself.
Looks like the Falcons are on the hunt yet again. Cougar playing in the front lines for his team. Thankfully able to get the heal off though. So now P Esports are sent reeling. I'm not sure what this team can really do. I mean, we've seen Falcons so far dominate all of their engagements, and if it just continues, this team is going to snowball. It might be up to Hong actually. If he can eliminate Peter, that would be massive. But it looks like it's opening up for one more to get those shots in. Doesn't connect though, but this does allow Peter an opening to run on in and hopefully to get that final elimination in. Couple of pot shots. Hong An is down. That's going to be the sniper out of the picture here for P Esports. And again, the Falcons just. Every team they encounter, they are eliminating them with absolute ease. Okay, I don't think it's the money. I mean, we already knew C-Triple-G was just an incredible team, but oh my gosh, look at this start so far.
I'm not. See, you are pretty easily impressed. I'm not impressed yet. This is classic C-Triple-G. So the Falcons are just soaring as they do usually. I mean, they wouldn't be in the second spot if they were not this good. I just want to see if the extra injection of funds can get them to catch up with 110 points that Buriram already has on the leaderboard. How much can they do over 3 days that they don't get to engage directly with Buriram as much here? I mean, we've got to see them really take their shots, right? 6 matches in here. They got to really put the distance down to absolutely nothing. Maybe a little bit of a distance of their own against Buriram. And then when the groups A versus C go up, maybe end the week above Buriram. Then maybe I'll smile a little bit more. Falcons, a lot of expectations here for
I mean, they're getting their points. Sure.
Okay, from the both of us.
I mean, Falcons, they are getting those points, right? Like, for them to make that 100-point gap close, like, if they can grab all these eliminations, it just makes that job so much easier for the team. But let's take a look at some of the other top contenders so far, as Falcons are looking for Nero. Just another point to add to the board. Very quiet game for Reverse Red, right? They haven't really had any encounters. It's just been a free macro game for this team. RRQ had their initial engagement that got them those 4 eliminations, but also a very quiet game for them as well. And I'm kind of wondering, moving into the next phase of the game, because we have hit this mid game, I want to see where the circle is. I want to see where the players are, where the teams are. I want to see where they're kind of bunkering down, because I think once we have that top-down view, we can kind of estimate where these teams are going to run, who's going to bump into who, and what actually might end up happening in some of those skirmishes. But it looks like we're going to be seeing Flash running into Stalwart Esports. Now, this is not ideal for Flash. Stalwart is another extremely formidable team. And look at this Stalwart playing so patiently. They're just going to let Flash run into them.
I mean, the circle's doing half the job already. Stalwart Esports just needs to wait for the opportune moment, hop on out, pick up 4 easy points, either flashly put Team Flash out of commission, or perhaps just be surprised. Maybe we can see the adjustments from a team that's struggling to get into the top 12 make a step up here against a formidable team on the overall leaderboard. Stalwart Esports currently in the 4th spot, and you can see a good reason as to why this is, right? They get tagged up by that A124. They do not want to engage. They back away. They find their proper solid defenses without even bringing out those glue walls first, just still understanding that the circle is going to do whatever they need to do for themselves.
Interesting defensive position here coming in from Stalwart Esports. Their Russia is actually at the back watching everybody 6 just to see if they're able to get through. But it looks like Expand on the other side of the map are eliminating God of Wolf as the skirmish is about to kick off here from Stalwart. Actually, Flash just ran past. There's one player still around.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess it's just going to be 2 ships passing through, but we did see another fight on the other side of the map. Indo Stars, though, hiding within their own compound, hiding from P Esports, who have also just run past them into that circle. Very defensive plays, but here we go. We do see a small skirmish. 2v2 so far. They are going to be sending in more Stalwart players in, and it looks like it's just going to be Poppy and Yanbin on their own in this little skirmish, trying to play with the terrain so far, but Yanbin going down there, unfortunately, leaving just 1 player left for Flash. It's going to be Poppy. He is not able to get any downs. He is going to be eliminated there on the spot, and I think this might just be it. This might just be some casualties here for Flash. Like, this has gone completely downhill, but look at downhill. EVOS are on the ground. Speaking of downhill, the team is out.
Absolutely. And Reverse Red, you know, I was about to comment this earlier when you said that they've been pretty silent. It's classic Reverse Red, right? Don't make a lot of noise. Don't make that unnecessary noise. Wait for your opportune moment. And of course, springboard yourself to that #1 spot with all of the remaining players inside the circle. Because of the first 3 circle revival setup there, they don't really want to abuse that. They just want to get all of their loot first and prepare for some of these heated final battles. They are aiming for those big heads. They are aiming for teams like Falcons, Stalwart, and perhaps even Expand to be taken off of that list, and they need all of the loot that they can bring into this next circle. Of course, a little bit of extra defenses within places like Factory as well as Clock Tower is allowing extra survivability. We still have 8 teams here, but not for long, I'll say.
Oh my gosh, look at the play coming in from Reverse Red. They actually catapult themselves up onto that high ground, and they do have a really good point of view going down onto RRQ. RRQ originally were trying to get those pot shots off onto PE Sports, but now they have to watch that high ground just in case somebody's head gets popped. But on the low ground though, Stalwart Esports running into a bit of a skirmish themselves up against PE Sports. They get 1 down so far. Don't Cry is going to be out there thanks to Burrows. Dew getting another one. Hong An on the ground. And it looks like Stalwart, they're picking up the points, and they're also going to eliminate PE Sports from the round.
Yeah, but of course, we also see Reverse Red slowly approaching their compound. We'll have to catch up with that action in a little bit. Of course, at the same time, you've got Expand going up against the new and improved CGGG in Team Falcons. A split push here, and it doesn't serve well for X-Roy and squad. Axel now needs to put himself in a lot of danger, but there is a pickup here. The Horizon line putting X-Roy right back up. He is on his feet. Neo down on the ground. He is throwing in those grenades. Crime can't provide all of that backup just yet. Axel managing to get out in the nick of time to safety.
Oh, but Peter actually getting knocked onto the ground, so this might just be the opening for Expand. They still have all of their players there. Falcon on the low ground. Looks like IDS is going to be shooting on the side. Liam being a nuisance for this team. Cougar going to go down as well. Expand giving that the opportunity for Indostars to come in for that third party. Oh, this has gone completely downhill for Falcons. They do still have one more standing up for the team, CosQ as well, but the recovery is just going to be almost impossible for this team, especially with Indostar sticking around.
Oh, dirty play, but you gotta love it, man. This is the kind of nose where you want to stick into other people's businesses. It ruined the chances of both of those teams destructing each other. Also gave them the opening to hit a couple of revivals. So both teams on the reset. Indostars, the ones that kind of lucked out with those 2 free eliminations. Now we hit that reset for the time being. Expand needs to pick up more loot for themselves. Reverse Red engaging with Stalwart. Only one can get back in. And it is Reverse Red. Beautiful use of the portal go. Repositioning, but out of the pan straight into the fire. RRQ is awaiting to shut them down. Can they now survive against the Indonesians as well?
Do they have the macro? Do they have the glue walls? They're going to have to start to use all their resources now because we are looking at an overcrowded circle here, AJ. 7 teams remaining, 22 players. Everyone just trying to find some kind of cover. And they don't quite get that hit onto Dew, who is still outside that circle, trying to play in and out. Thankfully, still there with a circle for himself. But look at this, though. Stalwart Esports, red player on the ground. Indostars creeping in as well. Raz and Leem, free pot shots from the other side of the map. What is this round? Indonesia absolutely dominating this final circle, actually fighting against one another instead, as we are seeing 2 different fights happening. Indostars trying to win this fight as themselves, but can they get through? Look at all these blue walls. Teams are getting blocked. Beautiful placement of the glue walls to block teams down, take that blue circle damage, AJ.
Yeah, at the same time, it is Expand going up against the Falcons, and the Falcons have fallen, shot out of the skies. Expand a solid hold on the opposite side, but not one, but they have to face off against 2 Thai squad. Reverse Red on standby as well. Indostars with the reposition. It's the portal go. 1 second nerf. We don't care. They take position up on top of the roof. Now they've got a vantage point that will put Reverse Red in a troublesome position. Expand, on the other hand, using the bridge really, really well, but these trolls got to go out there and engage eventually.
Oh, this is so tense here, AJ. So far, Indostars, they are controlling the center of the circle. These teams are going to have to fight through, and look at this. Leem, yet again, this man has been an absolute nuisance this game. Going in for third-party shots and trying to hit people as well. But look at this, though. Diamond on the outside, throwing in all those grenades for Reverse Red. None of them connecting, unfortunately. Indostars still sticking around. Five playing on the outside there for Expand, but he does get eliminated. Indostars want to win this round. Reverse Red, Expand, down to their final players, and this might just be it here, AJ. It's gonna be Indostars getting the first booyah for the round.
Yeah, the Indonesians proving that you don't have to make so much a noise at the start of the match. It's all about how you finish, and they finish strong. I mean, superb number of eliminations in total, constantly vulturing. The last time we saw that was when they stuck their noses into the battle of Expand as well as Falcons. And of course, that disrupted it, but they managed to steal 2 points away. You could already see the strategy out of the Indonesians. Only get involved when you are for sure gonna walk away the true winner. Indostars have been doing all of that through all of their engagements. Of course, a couple of heated moments where they had to decide, go in towards the mid of the circle, or do they finish off the battles at the side first? And they stuck their noses into yet another battle. We saw the Thai team going up against their brothers from Indonesia as well. RRQ Kazu weren't really lucky in that engagement. They were troubled towards the very end of their battle against the Thai squad. Both of them got eaten up, and it was just a brilliant play from Indostars from start to finish.
I am so glad we start off the day with an absolute banger of a matchup. Indonesia, yet again, just really proving that they are here to play. They are trying to match up against these Thai teams, and they're doing it so far. But I do have to say, I really feel like the positioning when it came to Indostars, they had a great position going into that late game. They were not playing within the choke point with multiple teams. They had plenty of space. They had their frontliners in position. They had their snipers in position as well. They were sort of free to do whatever they want going into that final circle. Whereas for Falcon and Expand, like, they were stuck together, right? So they had to deal with each other. They didn't have that freedom to decide where they wanted to be. Really, really tough game, but I am so happy to watch something so action-packed for our first game.
Yeah, props to Expand as well. They did phenomenally well to get into the top 3 of the circle. Yes, it is a very strong map for the Malaysian squad, but it's all about the consistency, right? Not once, but twice they were given that blessed opportunity to finish off what they started off against Falcons. And, you know, you can't call it any other way. One may perhaps say that, oh yeah, Expand, the Malaysian squad, they got lucky. They walked away from the Falcons because Indostars got involved. But on the reset of that engagement, just as luck would have it, they were on the opposite side of the map, undisturbed, until Falcons showed up once again. But this time when they knocked on the doors, Expand responded with retaliation that took them out of the lobby as a whole. So, you know, there's a lot of promise here from the Malaysian squad. We know that. We've seen that in week 2. The only thing is consistency. I want to see more of that. And you know, the extra weird noises that I was making was because I was noticing, guess who's back on cam? It's Mr. Too Fast. It's the ex-captain of the squad, who now may just be the coach of the team.
Oh, okay, pretty interesting. I'm not sure. What do you think this is the right call?
Why would it not be the right call? It is a fantastic call. Now, I'm not too sure exactly why. Yeah, I think both of our screens are frozen, Danny, and my screen's frozen as well.
There we go.
I just hit the reset,
Okay.
and I'm still kind of like jittery here and there, but hopefully you guys can hear our voices just absolutely fine. Okay, there you go. All right.
There we go.
Somebody's internet. Somebody got to get a scolding, not us, okay?
I thought it was me. I was like, wait a minute.
No, I'm just kidding. So, I mean, great stuff, right? So, whether or not that's the right decision to put Too Fast in a position where he's now coaching the squad, it's a brilliant decision, because I have not met a more level-headed player out of the Malaysian pro scene for Free Fire compared to Too Fast. He is the best to hold a position like that. He technically is the reason why Expand is yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Indonesia for Indostars! Woo! Finally, congratulations! And this is first round and you first booyah after a long holiday. So I want to talk to you, Ras. How are you today?
Gimana kabar kamu hari ini?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Okay.
I feel great today.
How's your mentality for going international? Because Indostar is one of the teams that often performs international lately.
Gimana mental kamu bermain di internasional ini? Karena kan akhir-akhir ini Indostar sering kan perform di kancah internasional. Gimana sih kesiapan mental kamu?
Kesiapan mental ya. Kalau itu sih harus emang sebelum ikut turnamen inter kan itu emang harus disiapin sih. Terus juga ya main lepas aja.
We need to be well prepared to play internationally and also just be relaxed.
So I'm proud of you, Indostar. And next, how well do you trust your team?
Seberapa percaya kamu sama tim kamu?
Lebih dari 100%. Mungkin kalau ada angka tertinggi itu sih angka tertinggi.
Wow, tepuk tangan di mana?
Lebih dari 100%.
More than 100%.
Okay. I have random questions from me. If you were to be poached by another team, which team you desire?
Oke, ini pertanyaan random. Kalau misalkan kamu diambil sama tim lawan, mana yang mau kamu pilih?
Dari negara apa ya? Mungkin Brazil.
Brazil.
Laut.
Oh, load.
Yeah,
Load team.
laut team.
I think I want to be poached by Brazilian team.
Okay, what's your reason?
Apa alasannya?
Nggak ada alasan sih. Iya.
No reason at all.
Emang pengen masuk aja. Laut.
Okay, load. See you and thank you so much, Ras. So good luck for the next round because don't forget we have still a long way to go. So back to you, Shoutcaster.
That's match number 1 for you folks, and we are poised for match number 2. Or at least I am, because after game number 1, I'm just like, I want some more free fire, give it to me. I got my plate, I got my fork and knife, I am ready to eat. But that game though really ate. It was a really great game to start the day. And I hope everyone that's tuning into the broadcast, firstly, if you just joined us, welcome back after our 2-week break from the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. Our teams have just concluded their first round. And for Indostar fans, they're rejoicing. They got the first booyah of the day. Indonesia just looking really strong right off the bat. But we aren't going to count out the other regions as of yet because it is just game number 1. But we do have to give the MVP award here to Kochil. This man, like the team in general, I don't think it was just a one-player thing for Indostars. They collectively played that late game incredibly well.
Yeah, from an ethical point of view, they were vulturing everyone. But from I'm trying to get to the top of the leaderboard point of view, who cares, right? You go out there, you do exactly what you can do, and you disable everyone and you sneak away those points. A triple A124 setup. Talk about a little craziness out there. You can also pick up the active skill card on that A124, so 2 back-to-back pops. Okay, I'm starting to see a little bit of a build-up of a insanity meta here with the disabling factor.
So it's A124 meta, you think? Everyone's just going to go for double A124, just shut down all the abilities, and then the meta after that would be that you just use abilities. Don't listen to me. I'm very bad at theory crafting. Anyways. I mean, we don't really know what the meta is. Like, I think it's interesting to see how the teams are already starting to experiment because they did have a hot minute to sort of try things out and to see what's kind of working, but it's still too new. Like, we can't assume what the meta is just a couple of weeks after release. I think the perfect timing for a meta to start maturing is around the 1 month mark, and we kind of don't have that for the tournament, unfortunately. But it is great to see how these teams are sort of approaching this. Of course, we are just seeing the point of view for Indostars because we don't get to see the stats for the other teams. I am genuinely curious to know what was the spread for actives and passives across all the teams. Like, how is everyone building?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fantastic question, right? So we kind of saw glimpses of skills there. I mean, a couple of players are trying with the A1 to 4. I think I saw a couple of irises out there on the battlefield as well. So I think if we have a reset on the overall data for the active and passive skills brought in tomorrow, because whatever that we do have right now on the graphics obviously is from the past 3 weeks of play. Since we haven't picked up any new data, it would be absolutely useless to show you guys 0, 0, 0 on all of those stats. So, you know, it makes sense. So it'll be good to kind of see that evolving. But speaking of evolving, look at Fai's MKS evolving all the way to the top of the leaderboard. He's holding like some sort of Kamehameha in between his hands, but it's the expand flag. He's going to expand all out there on the overall leaderboard and pick up those eliminations. But it's not just him, right? Axel and X-Roy making it up to the top as well. Is this going to be a hot week again for Expand? I want to know.
I hope so, because I think we're both just waiting for this team to just, again, find their stride. But we also need to consider that this was one of their best maps as well, right?
Yeah.
Expand, Bermuda, I want to say almost Bermuda specialists, but they aren't locked into one map. They can play multiple maps rather well. But this was the one map where we had the statistics that did put them in favor. We're going to have to see from game 2 onwards, like, is this just a one-game basis for Expand, or are they actually going to continue to improve later on for today? We also had, Coach Hill and Peter on the screen as well. I mean, Falcons and Indostars, they also did incredibly well for this round. But I think for Expand, they're just happy to grab all those points because those were eliminations. Like, every elimination from those players, that's going to turn into points for this team. And hopefully they're going to end the day with a nice sizable pool of points, because the points are what matter right now for these teams. Not just placements, it has to be those points.
I would have preferred some more facial reactions out of Crime and Fires because they're holding a good pose. But their facial expression game is just clearly not like Cosq and Lim. I mean, Cosq is just cute, first of all. But it's got like a nasty enough pose. Like, I'm going to punch you in your face. So although I'm cute, I have to punch you, And Lim's like, you bring it on. Crime and Fire, actually, I get it. Like, we are expanding our dominance on the battlefield, but the face is too zen. It's just
I'm just telling you, like, after the way that Liam played today, I could totally see him just like standing in front of someone holding that exact same pose, just saying like, bro, come at me, otherwise I'm gonna come at you instead. Like, oh, what a game from Liam. I think we saw this man's perspective so many times, and he just played so confidently for the team. Like, he just ran in, didn't have a care in the world because he knew he had his team to back him up. But I think we got to talk about weapons here because we do have an interesting combination for this round, AJ.
Yep, we most definitely do. Woodpecker, it seems like it's a good balance between the long and the short range. Makes a lot of sense on Bermuda. Woodpecker, you've got the armor penetration as well. You want to be busting through those helmets. You want to get the job done. You've got the Iris being brought in there. You've got Susie to get you more money. So Iris is just going to tag up players. You've got probably Moko on there as well. So always a good idea to have the Woodpecker. That form of that meta has not changed yet. And it's good to see, fairly the same number of guns out there on play. But Expand making the biggest play overall to jump to the top of the leaderboard. 16 eliminations, second place for a total of 25. Indostars just 1 point behind them. So this is, in the overall grand scheme of things, a great round for Expand, but still torturous, whereby they still need to catch up with Indostars that are doing equally as well.
Look, I think if you're Expand, Sure, you didn't get the booyah, but I'm hoping that the team mentality is good for this team because that was a great round. Sure, you could have gotten the booyah, but there's so many factors to take into consideration.
Yep.
I'm just hoping that this mentality is going to carry through to games 2, 3, 4, 5, and hopefully to 6. Because again, we've mentioned this before, this team has so much potential. We've just got to wait for them to find their stride and really start to pick things up. But the same thing with Indostars, like the Indonesian teams, they found their strides much earlier within the tournament. I think it's like during the second, I think we even started seeing the teams start picking up within the second and even third weeks of play for Indonesia. So like Indonesia is just popping off altogether as a region.
Absolutely. And of course, a little bit of movement up and down the leaderboard. Expand is just gonna catch up in terms of points because we started off with a 79-point differential between themselves as well as EVOS Divine. Obviously, that's been sliced down just a tad bit here. EVOS does have quite a substantial number of points, still ahead of them, 30-ish in front of Expand. So if EVOS Divine keeps crashing out early, just like what they did in Bermuda, Expand has a solid form that they can maintain on their own end to make that climb by the end of today.
Yes, and then we do have to take a look at the bottom situation here, AJ, because remember, the race for top 12 is currently on, and the team that could, quote unquote, could lose their spot here is PE Sports, because they are on the brink of being pushed down to 13th place. It just depends if anyone's able to close that gap today, and I think it is possible, but it's going to come down to the team's performance. Like, everyone performing towards the bottom of the bracket. Is PE Sports going to get... Is PE Sports going to be consistent today? Can they get those points to keep people chasing? Or are we going to see this team just completely blow out today and leave the doors wide open for someone to just walk through?
I really want to see, you know, a little... I mean, I'm done making wishes for FFWS SEA, quite honestly, because there's so many storylines that you want to see developed out there, right? You want to see the top teams catch up. You want to see the bottom, or, you know, those who are not in the top 12 kind of catch up as well. We kind of hyped up God of Wolf as well as Heavy. Unfortunately, they didn't really sustain their lives in the battle too long here at Bermuda, so we still need to see a little bit of change in that. I mean, technically speaking, Heavy doesn't really need to hustle all that too much in order to catch up.
Just got to make sure they get those points, right? Comes down to consistency. Your favorite word.
Absolutely.
All right. So, next on the chopping block here for our maps, we are going to be jumping into Purgatory. And of course, we do have a couple teams that are going to really favor that map. We're going to talk about them a little bit later on once we do get that graphic. Or maybe we're going to get the graphic now. Okay, here we go. So, AJ, give us the rundown for teams to look out for on Purgatory. Who are going to be the front runners? Because we all know Ram's not here.
Yeah.
Who are we looking out for?
You're looking mainly at stalwart Team Falcons as well as Team Falcons as well as EVOS Divine. These three might just be able to step it up. We saw EVOS Divine getting stomped pretty early in Bermuda. Perhaps that fire and with the fact that they do really well on Purgatory get them into the final circle this time around, or maybe that disruption in terms of momentum could hurt them, and you could see teams like Expand making a mad dash for the top. Although I have to say, and this stat hasn't really made much of a difference because we have seen, like, you know, leaps and bounds, crazy improvement even from teams that don't initially perform well on the map. Expand is not really your heavy runners on a map like Purgatory at the moment as far as these 12 teams are compared, right? I think they sit down in the 10th spot in overall performance at Purgatory. So, but maybe if you see EVOS Divine stumble, a little bit of consistency kept up by Expand, you can see the mix there. Obviously, the opposite, the exact reverse could happen as well.
Be cool to maybe see a big change as well. Have a dark horse come out of nowhere and say Purgatory is now officially our map, especially with some of the meta changes. Okay, we don't have to deal with the portal go anymore. Yes! Sorry, you still deal with it. It's just a little bit harder to abuse, as some people say. Overuse, overpowered, hopefully balanced. I think that's the key word we're sort of looking for, right? But still waiting to see if this item is considered balanced. Now we only saw one. We saw one game, so I don't really have an opinion as to whether or not it is balanced, but we are still seeing this item in use. So I am glad it didn't kill those.
I mean, obviously not, because it's a fantastic addition. It has brought the kind of beautiful chaos you want to see in a good game of Free Fire, and Free Fire has always been about that, right? The controlled chaos, and with the adjustment season after season, meta update after meta update, it has just kept things very exciting. But like we both agree, the portal go was a little too overpowered, especially, you know, be it offensively or defensively used, so that 1 second extra lag could just be an acceptable nerf, right? The fact that it's still being abused out there to find those solid rotations in the circle when they're running away from the blue, we still see all of the jazz.
Yep. All right, going into match number 2, we are on Purgatory. Now, this is a slightly more centered map compared to Bermuda, going in from the bottom left to the top right here. And so far, we could be seeing 2 teams contest for that drop point there, because we have God of Wolf and EVOS in roughly the same vicinity. Homeboy is probably going to be heading towards, all right, just a little bit south of Marble Works there. And we are seeing some shooting. Actually, we're seeing RRQ running into Falcons on the bottom of the map as well. Both teams playing on that rooftop. And it looks like RRQ might be the the ones in trouble here as Peter grabs a elimination for the team and Dut's on the ground as well. Oh, okay, this is not looking too good here for RRQ.
It doesn't look good at all. RRQ, another easy early falter, might just make them a little bit bitter at the start of the day. Falcons, a little bitter themselves, not being able to pull away the booyah, all thanks to
There goes
Expand.
Razor.
Yeah, and Peter's got the mini Uzi in hand. Razor's head didn't stand a chance. A bay high though, 300 coins in pocket. No idea what he purchased, but it should be a good one.
Yep, so I think he actually just brought back Dutz. So there is going to be another player coming back into the fold here for the team. In the meantime, though, we're seeing Reverse Red going for an elimination themselves, but looks like Indostars are going to be a pain in their backside as well. To Goliath of a team going up against one another. Oh, Abe! Getting caught there, thrown straight onto the ground and immediately eliminated. RRQ just going to have to play very defensive and try and go for a complete team reset. EVOS, though, flying in their players on the low ground, though, still being harassed by Falcons. This is not going to be an easy time for this team at all, but Starwood playing on the high ground themselves, fighting up against Heavy. Burrows trying to get that shot onto Kabi, not quite successful as of yet. Woy, though, going to go down to Cypher, thankfully, and Woy will be removed from the pool as well. But Kabi, 1v1 up against Burrows, who's going to win the matchup. So far, it looks like it's going to be Burrows, and even the bottom support there coming in for the team. Oh my gosh, we are seeing so many skirmishes, AJ.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's some of these teams here that have a phenomenal gap between themselves as well as some bottom feeders. Heavy, when you kind of stack them up against a squad like that, they are the bottom feeders. So an expected result, I was expecting maybe a 1% surprise. But the setup was just way too good. Like you said, play at the bottom. They had the crossfire setup. Easy advantage for them. But EVOS Divine trying their best to deal with a more equal battle in the form of God of Wolf. Now, EVOS Divine should technically win this battle out. Let's see if God of Wolf surprises us.
Yeah. And we have another little skirmish here. It's going to be Reverse Red going up against Indostars. 18D are going to be dropped down, thankfully, for the team. So this is going to be another point going into the pockets of Reverse Red. They have lost Exposy on the other side of the map. And it looks like Abax getting an elimination himself, eliminating Iza from God of Wolf. So 4 points on the board here for EVOS. Super active early game for a lot of these teams. So many points actually being secured. Even Falcon sitting on 6 points already. AJ, it's just been 3 minutes. Where are these points coming from?
Noobs. I'm just kidding.
Oh, noobs. Whoa. Hot take right there.
I mean, like I said, right? You go up against the Falcons, you're probably going to get toasted. But here's the blessing. It's the pocket shop meta, baby. You just buy them right back. Hopefully, you've got enough coins. Hopefully, you brought that Suzy. Hopefully, you brought that Moko. You're tagging people up. You're getting those extra cash into your pocket. And the purchases aren't going to be as torturous, right? So it's still a very manageable situation. But props to Falcons. But there's a little bit of a downside for such a overheat at the start of the matchup. You're going to lose a lot of resources. Question is, can you still hold a big battle against the big boys who are going for the booyah instead of early points, right? So Falcons just need to be really careful with this. Yes, in the grand scheme of things, they're chasing Buriram who are not playing, but you don't really want to miss out on too many of those booyahs.
Oh, okay. So we do have 3 teams here. Now, just Dukang all alone on the side of God of Wolf. Homeboy is going to be playing on the outside. Again, I'm kind of wondering, AJ, like, what are your thoughts on this playstyle coming in from Homeboys? Because they have literally, this is the second time we have seen this playstyle from this team. They run along the outside. Is this for them to try and play the survival game? Like, just play super far out, have nobody run into you? Because there's EVOS. I think EVOS has seen this team.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a secret.
How do I put this in the nicest way possible? I can't find a nice way. So it's just going to be hot takes once again, right? If you can't deal with the heat, you just stay away from the fire. And the fire of the circle is much better than actual firepower from the guns of other teams. So homeboys are just going to be doing homeboys. But am I a big fan of that sort of a strategy? Absolutely not. They've tried it for 3 weeks. It didn't work. I don't see why it will work now. And wait a minute. I just saw them disappear from the map. Did they reappear somewhere else? Someone please tell me homeboys are still here. Where are homeboys?
I don't know. Are they playing outside the map? We don't know. We'll have to see later on. But we are going to switch on over to the rest of the teams as we are looking at a much slower game now. Teams focusing on their macro PE Sports right next to Heavy on the high ground. And if Wui sticks his head out, he will be spotted. And yeah, I think don't cry. He spotted it for the team. probably going to try and go for that elimination there because Voy is just all alone. He's got no teammates nearby. It's going to be a free point unless Heavy comes in from the back. Actually, the team is completely surrounded here for PE Sports, but they're making the call to stick around. Oh, okay. Indostars losing Raz there.
But they all split apart. First circle. Easy
By
peasy
Walt.
lemon squeezy.
Raz is back.
Yeah,
Walt
Coach Phil's
back.
like, I've got
You're
cash for
dead.
days, bro.
You're dead. That's okay. I got you, boo.
Money cannot buy you happiness, but it can buy you a few giggles and revives.
Oh gosh, I thought you were gonna say could buy a life, but
No.
okay, we
Not yet.
not yet. There is a portal go from the high ground to the low ground, so we do have a escape option if the team on the rooftop does decide to go down. But it looks like Homeboys may have run into Expand territory. Now Expand generally for these matchups, and it looks like Homeboys still gonna play the sneaky game.
Oh, yeah.
Fies just going down for free, doesn't even shoot back, and I think Luffy, he's like, all right guys, they've spotted me. I'm going to try and bring their attention, but it's just Crime. Crime can single-handedly go for this elimination. I'm really worried here for Homeboys, but maybe RRQ might save this team because they are coming in from the southern side of the map. And Expand, they are out in the open. RRQ, what are you going to do here? They see Crime, they see him, they see Fives. He's been spotted. Okay, we are looking at a 4v4 team matchup. Who's going to win this one?
Man, RRQ, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I mean, if they come for Expand, like, whilst they're still in the circle, I might be a little bit more happy. The fact that both of them are getting tagged up, yeah, it's just circle number 2. I'm still not very comfortable, right? Because you never know. They might just be hanging on for one single point. Xroy gets knocked down. Crime gets that instant purchase right back. They know RRQ is going to be a pain. So it's all about whether they get the finisher. Portal go! But Axel, the speed, that 1 second has made the difference. They saw the portal. He switched his sides. And the crosshairs gets a sharp shot. Abay gets duds right back. But we are all equal for the numbers in battle. Axel with the flank around the right-hand side. Razor in a lot of trouble. Crime MKS trying to give him that backup as well. Glue wall on the drop. Fast and Razor sliced down from up top. There is that backup from Crime as well. And Expand is eating up RRQ.
RRQ, they do manage to get the buyback onto Razor though, so the team is not out of the picture as of yet, but oh man, Expand, they are really turning it up for this round number 2. Looks like Flash though in the meantime going to go for their own skirmish, trying to go for a elimination here onto Do. Oh my gosh, beautiful shot there coming in from Shin. So in the meantime though, Evos, Aim God, taking quite a bit of damage himself, just trying to hide in that water, but this is such an awkward position to be in.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's all awkwardness. It is a little bit difficult to aim down your sights, and now you gotta kind of push it towards the right-hand side as well. Diamond backs away. You don't know which little monkey's gonna be popping out at that wrong timing. Portal goes all laid out though. They can make a little bit of a push in. Nindo Stars with a full squad revival lead, helping the team hold on with their dear lives, and they're set up here by Evos Divine, just baiting out Reverse Red Nameless for a quick tag in and out. Brings Diamond back in as well. It's a 2v2 grenade. An unfortunate bounce, but Diamond still goes down. Nameless circles around. Ray with the backstab. Bye-bye Nameless, they say. And yes, it is good day with a pop from afar. The grenade launcher gets the job down. Exposi inside the glue wall is gonna be the Woodpecker. Tag after tag, but no drop just yet. Exposi gets away the nick of time.
Oh, that was intense, but it doesn't end here because that circle is moving, and at some point you have to get in there.
Oh, yeah.
Reverse Red, though. Elimination leaders, 10 eliminations for this team. What a amazing start for them as well. And for Stolen Esports to be eliminated as well, this is going to set them so far back if they're the ones trying to aim for these points. But Posey getting caught by Evos. What a shot coming in from Abax. Oh, he's going to be proud of that one.
I mean, we're talking about the recovery from Evos Divine. They got snuffed out early in Bermuda, but this is their map, baby. They know exactly each and every single nook and corner. They're making that work real fine. 9 eliminations in hand already for the Indonesians, but we switch on our sides to the Vietnamese battle. PE Sports and Heavy. PE Sports a little bit of an advantage here. 26 more seconds. This circle that the two Heavy players are outside of is going to start hurting a little bit more. Movements needed. Reverse Red full squad revival as well. Saming says thank you for the engagement, but we are right back in action.
It's time to go. They've got to break through this high ground at some point, but with Hans down, they're going to be at a numbers disadvantage here. So Wui and Tan doing their best to stay on this high ground. They're doing quite a bit to Don't Cry. Tan going to be rushing in. LBT trying to support his team, but now he's stuck dealing with Wui. Don't Cry now on the ground. It's going to be a 2v1. Tan though on a sliver of health. LBT does get that final shot. Now down to that 1v1, but LBT low himself. Wui loses the matchup. These low ground shots helping him out. Amazing stuff from PE Sports. Great coordination. And also the fact that their team on the low ground was also able to win their matchup.
Looks like Reverse Red is going to be disposed of right here, right now. Team Flash taking a couple of pot shots. Expand now from the back as well. Reverse Red, 3 players down and out already. I believe they're still hanging on for their dear lives. We'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. Flash, on the other hand, pretty comfortable in the next defensive spot within the next circle.
All right, this next circle is going to be a bit of a sticky situation for some teams. Thankfully for both RNQ and Falcon, they can find their own compounds unless they want to try and play aggressively. They're not really in a position to be pushed. Homeboys, they're going to have to deal with EVOS, it seems. They're going to reveal Alif's position. The team is there, just slowly corralling EVOS. Oh, he gets caught! Homeboys! Now down to their final player in a vehicle playing on the outside. I mean, Fies, if this man is able to place higher than 9th for the team, kudos to him because this is going to be a really tough one, especially with how crowded this circle is as well.
Oh, I love the fact that we get to see now as well, down there at the bottom, what is the active skill card that the player has brought in, whether it's going to be a portal go. I haven't seen an additional skill beside the active skill, so I guess we don't get to see the active skill cards yet, but I don't care. This is a great improvement already. I just noticed that. How could I? So get back into this battle. Look at Indostars. Look at how comfortable they are in this little nest here.
I mean, look, you got to take advantage of all the terrain if you possibly can. Reverse Red, though, that was a shocking elimination, being placed in 9th place. Now down to 8 teams. RRQ really playing with that rooftop. Paul Ang just going to have to stay ducked. Dutz, in the meantime, though, he's going to have Falcons coming in from his backside. That's not going to be something that you want to be dealing with. Thankfully, the portal go will get him onto that high ground. So RRQ playing completely on that rooftop. The homeboys. Oh, Fies. He's out in the open. Has been spotted. Oh, eliminated by Falcons. So unfortunate.
Not surprised, but the fact that they got to the 8th spot, I guess they get a couple of points in there. We did see a couple of eliminations going to the side of Homeboys as well, so yeah, they're still bottom feeding. Okay, let's just move on with the storyline, man. I'm just waiting for them to improve, quite honestly. RRQ, on the other hand, up top on the roof, still pretty decently comfortable alongside their brothers from Indonesia. Indostars on just the opposite side of the roofs. And now they've got EVOS Divine joining down there as well. Indonesia, they all want the space here in the middle circle, but there's just so limited options.
Man, everyone is crowding for these compounds. Indostars trying to win this fight in the compound. Not too happy with this though. EVOS having a couple players on the ground. Abak stuck on that low ground with his team. They're going to have to wait for these blue walls to expire or break through. But Indostars, they're going to do their best to just keep everyone off that second floor. This is going to be pretty intense. I want to know where this next circle is going to be because I think once you find out which compound this next circle is going to be at, everyone is going to go for that mad dash to try and get into that safe zone. So I think for now, we will see a bit of a stalemate unless someone decides to try and climb their building. Oh boy.
Well, Indostars are lucking out here. Circle just hunting them down. EVOS Divine downstairs. Indostars up top. Indonesia just dominating this next circle. RRQ gonna have to try to do a number on the Falcons. Expand gonna stay out of this trouble. But the Vietnamese squad of the Flash right down there behind them. So it's all about who moves in here first. RRQ taking aim at Flash as they appear one after the other. Crime will sneak one away. Indostars so eliminated. And it's PE Sports knocking down their doors.
What a turn of events happening within that battle. So Indostars now out of the picture. PE Sports, is it their time to finally shine? Nero sitting on a whopping 5 eliminations himself in this circle. Everyone looking to try and come in. RRQ chasing down Falcon. Flash going to be eliminated from the picture. We still have players on that rooftop just getting those free pot shots off though. RRQ, Razor fighting on that low ground, trying to break on through, but Falcon's doing such a good job defending that low ground and defending that window. But Razor, he needs to get those shots in. It's just not connecting. They
Yeah.
can't get the knocks.
RRQ can't find it, but Expand made a timely move into the circle. RRQ's nuts down on the ground, but no elimination just yet. Narrow chucking in those grenades. Expand has to be really silent here. They don't want to pull any attention towards themselves. Any undue
this is
attention will put them
madness.
in a crazy little spot. Expand all for themselves. They've got this little house, but now this next circle is going to be a tad bit more torturous. It is all down to the middle. Expand needs to move. Falcons need to move. PE Sports and EVOS Divine might just bite each other's necks out before those teams even arrive. It's all about who does things in the next 15 seconds.
Oh man, Nero really wants to eliminate the players for Expand. He's got a free line of sight to do this. Falcon's going to be placed in 5th place, losing to RRQ. And now RRQ stuck within their own compound. Until that circle moves, they shouldn't leave it all but Expand. Their players dropping one by one. There's just one too many grenades being thrown in. Axel hanging on for the team as Crime MKS finally goes down. This is going to be one heck of an ending because PE Sports, sure, they get free shots on the rooftop, but this circle, it's going to finish within the compound. What do these teams do? Are they just going to try and outlast each other?
Axel out. LBD says bye-bye, sir. Thanks for popping on out. He hit that mole right on the head. 14 eliminations. The Vietnamese squad looking for the top. They're looking for the 12 points out of placements as well. EVOS Divine on the second floor. Down on the ground floor stays RRQ. This is just insanity. 3 more teams left. RRQ don't have the numbers to sustain. PE Sports, they might just medkit this one out.
That might just be the case here, unless EVOS can somehow find their way onto that rooftop. But the circle, it is closing in. PE Sports going to bunker down on that ceiling. EVOS and RRQ, they're sort of waiting for that circle to come in. Once it's in, the ticking time bomb starts to kick in. Do you have the resources to outlast, or are you just going to try and go for these points? They're still waiting. This is so tense. The teams are taking it very slow. Dude's going to be going in for that first fight. Look at this PE Sports. They're going to drop in from the high ground.
Yeah, they're going in for the battle. They don't want to leave this to luck. No medkits, baby, in their hands. They just want to go for the shots. And they've got the skills to do it, baby. The adrenaline pumping through their veins. Huang Ang looking for one. But a quick in and out. RRQ a bay high for the shot. Aim got down on the ground. LPT makes a quick deposit as well in their bank for another point in terms of the elimination. And now they might just have to deal with all of those medkits in play unless they want to hop on out of this window. Circle squeezing all of them in. EVOS Divine with 2 more players. PE Sports can sacrifice one, but Huang An down here at the bottom. LBT finds ABAX. EVOS has just one more, and PE Sports, well, a well-deserved booyah.
PE Sports, I mean, you said it is time for Vietnam to shine, and PE Sports have done it for the region.
Oh, yeah.
I think there were so many things that went absolutely right for PE Sports. Firstly, they had a fantastic position on the rooftop, and to be fair, they had the best rooftop in the entire game. They didn't have anyone that they really had to deal with from their 6. They only had to deal with a couple teams from in front of them and on either side, and so because they weren't sniped off from that rooftop, it just gave them such an opening to sit, to wait, and then once it was time for that final circle to kick in, that's when the team dropped in and they had the numbers advantage. It is so important going into that late game. If you have the numbers advantage, that's already going your way.
And there's another thing that was, of course, a huge, role that it had to play in that final circle. It was the portal go. I mean, we're talking about the nerfs of the portal go, but still without the portal go, PE Sports wouldn't have been able to climb on top of that roof without actually hitting that reset and being revived. Yeah, you get to drop on the roof, but you don't have the necessary equipment to get the shutdown gameplays on all of the other squads. They took position. The other teams just did not have the portal goes in use at the right time, dealing with the circle situation, the chaos at the very end. PE Sports, they just bet on going in for the destruction. They took one Indonesian squad off of that roof, claimed their spot, and then used that position to, of course, get here to that booyah spot as well, right? I mean, massive play for the Vietnamese squad, but they're still at that 12th spot. This is not enough hustle just yet. We need to see consistency as usual from all of these teams.
Always going to get that consistency. I mean, the team, again, this is just going to impact them positively when it comes to their emotions. I will have to say, I loved the fact that they decided to play patient going into that late game because they knew they had a great place on that rooftop. And knowing some teams, some teams would have maybe gotten ahead of themselves before the circle, final circle started to close in. They may have dropped in from the rooftop ceiling holes. I don't know what you call those,
Yeah.
but the holes in the ceiling. They would have dropped in and tried to raid the lower floors. They didn't do that. They waited until the teams in the compound engaged one another, because when that happens, it means that attention is drawn away from you.
Yeah.
And so you can come in and surprise everybody and, I mean, not really win the game, but use it to your advantage to push that game into your advantage. So PE
Yeah.
Sports really glad that they're playing their A game today, because they could have played sloppy, but they didn't.
I mean, there's just no denying whatever you've said, right? I truly agree with each and every single one of those statements. You can't deny what they have done. In fact, so many teams at a phenomenal level of performance here. And I think they better enjoy this sort of a pacing, because it's all that chaos about that meta update. Players are still trying to get adjusted to the new pacing of these matchups. So we may just see a little bit of an extended chaos here. But let's take a look at the interview segment and see what these boys have to say for themselves after that Booyah.
Booyah interview after the match.
Oh, there we go.
Right next to me is
Sorry, come again?
DELPT.
No,
Congratulations
something
on your very first Booyah of the match today. Xin chào LBT, thì không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Chào tất cả mọi người ạ.
Đầu tiên thì xin chúc mừng bạn được chiếc Booyah đầu tiên của cả đội. Booyah! Then, a very simple questions to open our interview today. How do you feel right now? Một câu hỏi rất là cơ bản để có thể mở đầu buổi phỏng vấn ngày hôm nay của chúng ta. Thì không biết là LBT hiện tại đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ. Đang có lửa để bắn những trận tiếp theo.
I felt really happy, but also we are really energized today so that we can have more power to continue our Booyah's matches today. Then we have been through the very long resting days, like 2 weeks. How do you guys feel right now to come back to the competitive stage? Is it scary for you or still familiar like normal? Thì chúng ta cũng đang nghỉ giải khá là lâu, trong vòng khoảng 2 tuần. Thì mình không biết là LBT cũng như là đồng đội của mình á, cảm thấy như thế nào? Nó có xa lạ khi chúng ta quay lại thi đấu không, hay là vẫn sẽ rất là quen thuộc thôi?
Dạ em thấy cũng không xa lạ lắm à. Tại vì bọn em cũng bắt kịp meta rồi.
It's not really that unfamiliar for us. We still kind of okay because we have catch up with the meta really good. Vậy thì không biết là LBT cảm thấy như thế nào về bản update hiện tại vừa qua ạ?
Dạ em cảm thấy nhịp độ trận đấu bắt đầu chậm lại. Khoảng cổng dịch chuyển á chị.
Như vậy là nó có thể là giúp cái trận đấu của mình nó giảm nhiệt hơn rất là nhiều đúng không?
Dạ đúng rồi. Và có thể nó cân bằng súng hợp lý à.
So, about the previous update, LBT feel like it's really slowed down the game, especially for the teleport, and also the balance of the gun has been balanced everything out. So it's really good for them so they can catch up with the game. That is why LBT feel the game is more or less intense for them. Then, again, so we finally got our Booyahs. How do you guys will make it out through this week by farming the points? Thì mình không biết là hiện tại chúng ta cũng đã vừa đạt được cú Booyah rồi. Thì LBT cũng như là đồng đội của mình, các bạn sẽ đạt mục tiêu của mình là thứ hạng bao nhiêu ở trong ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay đây ta?
Em nghĩ là thứ 9.
Thứ 9 á?
Vâng.
We are aiming to the second 9, the place 9 of the ranking points right now. Then, thank you FPT so much, and I hope that your team and all of the other Vietnamese team will achieve more and more Booyahs today. That is the end of our interview. See you guys next time.
So that's pretty interesting. So from PE Esports' point of view, they actually feel like it's slowed down the meta. I mean,
Yeah.
are you seeing this too? Like, do you kind of do this? Like,
Yeah.
what are we? Because we've seen 2 games, like,
Yeah.
right? We've seen 2 games. He's been playing with the meta.
Yep.
But it does seem like that is the case. We're seeing more teams make it so late into these matches as well. And we're
Yeah.
seeing people farm so many points, even though everyone is, like, every team is still within the game.
I think the meta has definitely shifted to be slightly slower, especially with the extra nerf onto Tatsuya. You don't really see the Rebel Dash on the battlefield anymore. Sorry, the Rebel Rush out there on the battlefield as much. It takes a little bit more time for it to recharge. And yes, you do have those 2 accumulated uses, but with a 1 second cooldown now between each use, having it replenish a little bit longer reduces the usability of the character out there on the battlefield. And of course, the adjustments for the weapons as well, just like what you heard Nero say out there earlier. Your Bisons, you don't see them out here as often. You've got a little bit of a 10% nerf on that damage. You see the Trogon getting a little bit of a nerf on itself as well, alongside the Charge Buster, which takes a little bit longer for those charges. The range has dropped. But we haven't seen the double vectors though. That has made a slight comeback in terms of the adjustment made, but we don't see the abusing just yet.
It's been such a long time since I've heard the name Double Vector in Free Fire. We've been getting a lot of Trogon. We always see the Woodpecker, but yeah, it's been. I remember when it was the Double Vector meta, and I just thought, oh, this is the only thing anybody needs to use. But pretty cool to actually have it come back. We'll see if this does become a permanent addition. It might just be teams experimenting and trying to figure out, are the numbers worth it? Is this still worth investing, or can we just go back to the old reliables, which were the pre-patch weapons? But just seeing everything that he's talking about as well. A lot of nerfs across the board for a lot of those CQC weapons, right? Like a lot of those CQC weapons just doing a little bit less than they did before. What are your thoughts on this? Like, do you actually feel like we saw too much CQC?
Yes, I mean Tatsuya was being pretty annoying with that as well. I guess you could just name it as a decent experiment, right? So it's very clear, and I really like this with the team that's involved in the meta adjustments. They clearly had an experiment where they had a hypothesis of maybe we can ramp it up by increasing the speed. They threw out the portal goes. They left Tatsuya there with his crazy boost around the battlefield. It really picked up that pace. People were going in for more of those CQCs. But now without Tatsuya, you can't really dash in and out of a battle. You can't use that portal go as a quick exit like you pointed out earlier as well. So you are going to see a more conservative engagement when it comes to the CQC. Woodpeckers, the snipers are going to be, I wouldn't say much more used out there on the battlefield, but at least a little bit of a more decent balancing, reducing that probability. And as we assume, Woodpecker once again takes the #1 spot as the top 3 weapons, 14 eliminations in total for it, but you still do see the Trogon being used out there. I mean, it's an OP weapon, so a little bit of a scratch on the capabilities won't really get it out of the list just yet, I guess.
But so far, lots of popularity surrounding that Woodpecker, so maybe the next weapon to be nerfed.
I mean, the Trogon has like a -8% damage, and the range went down a little bit as well. Clearly not enough to deter the players from still pumping out all of those shots.
Well, to be fair, I mean, like, if you're using it for CQC, maybe the range doesn't matter as much, but, it comes down to the players, okay? They use the weapon much better than we do. Here's the standings for our previous round. So firstly, PE Sports topping the round with 30 points after securing their 12 points for the Booyah and 18 eliminations. They only lose out to EVOS by 1 elimination, but EVOS second place, 28 points, still much needed for this team. Expand is expanding today. Sure, they've come third 2 times. Sorry, they technically topped the round last round, but they placed third in placements last round. Third place this game. Expander on the rise. And I have to say, I am actually quite impressed with how many points they've managed to accrue in 2 games.
Yeah, very impressive. It's just the final position that they held on within that circle was not conducive at all for their survival. This is something that the team has to... And you can't blame them. It's just all-out chaos. Too many teams were there. They had to pick a defensive spot. And clearly, they didn't have the portal go in their hands to make that mad dash for the roof alongside PE Sports, right? Because they still had a full squad. If they had the portal go, I'm pretty sure they would have used that to find a pretty decent reposition earlier. A little bit of a lapse in decision making. Sometimes you're forced to use some of these utilities early, which is why we say we're not too big fans of those early engagements, right? We saw the Thai teams pick up those early fights, and they didn't get into that final circle. That's one downside of it. But, I mean, speaking of which, they still did manage to walk away with 10 points. And 8 of that came from eliminations. Only 2 placement points. So, job well done, I guess.
Yep. Well, we are going to go for a quick break, but don't go anywhere, folks. We've got plenty more Free Fire coming your way, but we'll see you all after this.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. We've just wrapped up our first 2 games of the day, meaning we've got 4 more to go, but that's 4 more action-packed series that we're all here ready to enjoy. But of course, my name is Danielle, and of course joining me is the wonderful, the mustachio AJ. We've had a really fantastic start to today's games because we have had 2 standout teams so far, 2 Booyahs, but the top 2 teams, okay, Expand, sitting in first place, accruing 41 points in 2 games. Second place, we have PE Sports picking up 33 points, and in the third place, we have Falcon picking up 32. I don't think we have seen a scenario where Expand has led in daily rankings before. I think this is the first time we have seen this, and we kind of spoke about this team before we did jump into our first game thinking like, okay, when is this team going to pop off? Today might be the day, but as you said, you were telling me off stream, it's a bit early. We've still got 4 more games to go. But of course, like the potential is there, especially after seeing them do so well in 2 games already.
Yeah, we've seen Expand lead the overall leaderboard for a day before, but for the week, I have not seen that, right? That's a problem because a day is just nothing in the current format of the tournament. We had 9 days of play in the first 3 weeks. So, you really got to step in with that consistency. If you're Expand, I want to hype them up, but I've learned many lessons after hyping up Expand because they've got enough heat to show us some fantastic stuff, and then they fizzle out real fast. They just have to figure out on how to just keep that sustainable energy all throughout, right? I mean, if they want to play sneaky like the Indonesians, if that's what it's going to take, then perhaps do that. Maybe getting involved in the skirmishes a little bit too early is hurting them in the overall grand scheme of things. I mean, look at Indostars, right? They kind of just sneak in there towards that very final second. When RRQ was getting those booyahs, they were doing the exact same thing as well. But of course, different regions, different play styles. I'm just wishing Expand can bring in a decent level of consistency of firepower, but not actually take a dip, because it's a fantastic start. If I can see this throughout the whole week, then we're talking some good Malaysian stuff out there. It's like nasi lemak, baby.
Nasi lemak. All right, let's have a look at the overall standings. We're not going to be seeing too many changes yet because it's just 2 games. So I think everyone is more or less in the same spot that they were before they started today's matches. But Expand, they are slowly closing that gap between them and Attack all round. I think the possibility of them contesting for 7th and maybe even 6th is possibly there, but they still need to close that gap. PE Sports, now because PE Sports have managed to pick up so many points just from those 2 games, this is so good for this team because they are closing that door from Heavy, from Dewa, from God of Wolf. They've almost, we can't say they've locked their position in, but they're going to make it really tough for these other teams to potentially swipe this position away from them.
Yeah, and the best thing PE Sports could do is just look to replace Onyx as well as RRQ in the overall leaderboard, and then they'll be in a much safer spot because who cares then about the performance of the other teams, because you don't really want to base your own team's performance on hoping the other teams don't catch up, but you want to do well enough so that even if the teams who are not in the top 12 do manage to catch up, somebody else is going to get relegated. It's not going to be your butt, right? So, but they've done phenomenally well in that Purgatory matchup. I'm looking forward to a little bit more out of PE Sports because this is a team that, when push comes to shove, they know how to get a really hot matchup, but they are very similar to Expand in terms of playing hot and cold. Sometimes they're at the top, sometimes they're just dead last. So, I just need to see a little bit more. But speaking of the top 3 teams in terms of performance, Buriram, Falcons, as well as Stalwart, we are only going to be focusing on Falcons as well as Stalwart, as Buriram is in Group C. They're not playing. So to take Buriram's place is going to be Indostars, but they then sneak into the 3rd spot in terms of overall performance, with Falcons being, the favorites to win this. 3 booyahs thus far at Alpine. You can say they're pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, actually speaking of Indostars, I think it is worth mentioning for anyone that may have just popped into the broadcast after that break, Indostars has been doing reasonably well this today
Yes.
as well. They are
Yep.
sitting at 29 points for these first 2 rounds. They are placed extremely high. They got a booyah as well. So there is a chance for Indostars to grab the booyah here, right? Especially,
Oh, yeah.
as you said, like this is one of their maps. But, okay, but here's the
Yeah.
but. Okay, they are
Yeah, the but.
not competing with the top 3 teams at the moment for points. They are a little bit off. Like, if there's anything that we would want to sort of fix with Indostars, like what do you think is kind of holding this team back from really putting the pedal to the metal today?
Quite honestly, nothing. I mean, I think Hindustans are doing fantastic. They found their rhythm. They know they just have to shut up, wait for the opportune moment, jump into that battle. And they've been pulling that off very, very, very well. And the consistency of hitting the mark clearly has been better than Expand. I think their position in the overall leaderboard does speak for that. They just need to keep that up and make sure they don't lose momentum. And by losing momentum, I just mean, obviously, you're going to have teams like EVOS Divine trying to catch up with you. Expand's going to be trying to catch up with you. Just watch your own performance, get into that final circle, do your magic, and then you don't need to worry. I think the biggest hurdle here is getting unnerved by the approach and the improvements of the other squads. Because once you really start thinking about your opponents, how they are doing out there, I think it's going to mess with your mojo a little bit. So if anything, just the mindset needs to be right today.
Mindset's got to be right, and also hope that if you do get hot dropped, just hope that you don't lose that matchup. And it looks like for Kabi,
my
he's actually
mama.
he gets Peter for free, and that's quite nice. But he will go down,
Aye.
so it's a 1-for-1.
Cougar. Therefore, the trade Kabi is out. Trogon for the pop. And it looks like Heavy's not looking for those heavy engagements just yet. It's a 3v3. Revivals are easy in the first 3 circles. Just as I say that, Cougar brings Peter right back in. Of course, the loot's going to hurt a little bit for Peter, but such early game, a lot of the locations haven't really been looted up just yet. So he's got a fair share of his chance back in here in full action the moment he lands back. But in the meantime, it's Malaysia versus Vietnam. Homeboys stuck on a roof, flash all around them. Easy pickings for Homeboys if they've got the right guns here.
I am surprised we haven't seen a gunfight blow up between these 2 teams. So either we're looking at somebody missing the necessary equipment.
my.
Peter, in the meantime, they're being shot down by Tan, so he's going to have to be brought back yet again, unfortunately, as he did come back in with no equipment. And Flash catching out Butterfly on that rooftop. Looks like Cougar, they're being caught there by Apex. On the side of EVOS, they catch Cougar, snaps him into a cage and sells him on that black market. Apex going to be really happy with that one elimination.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about, right? Yes, you're acquired. You know, is it going to boost you up to the top, or is it going to make you maybe a tad bit complacent? You know, or maybe you want to rush up to the top, but now you've got that extra pressure of a brand. Now just you're breathing down your necks like you better perform, and that might just make you crack, right? A lot of factors here that could go into as to why we see Falcons struggling today. But once again, pocket market, baby. As long as you've got the coin, you get to buy that revive. We'll just need to wait and see if or not they can find a little bit of a better readjustment the moment they land back in here, because they're still being pretty heavily hunted, pun intended.
Yeah, so X-Roy might be jumped on by Flash, but his team is nearby. What's the plan here? Are they trying to use X-Roy for vision? Is he just trying to bait them in? Because Expand are pretty spread out. Volley's going to be the first one to sort of hop in, and he does get shot down, so really great ambush coming in. Oh, Volley walked into that trap like nobody's business, but X-Roy does finally get caught up by Yanbin from the behind, so now we're back to a 3v3 here, AJ.
Yeah.
Volley, though, still stuck on the ground, and it looks like Expand, they can't actually finish him off, so they might just leave him to be picked up.
No. They cannot afford this because Roy got traded out instantaneously. Grenade's going to be chucked on in, but early game, so they don't really have a lot of those utilities. Here comes Flash now, flanking around from the left-hand side of the wall. Axel gets tagged up. Glue wall erected now by the 2 players on the side of Expand. Crime MKS with a quick reposition, but he gets tagged up by the Homer that quickly reveals his position, and Expand says they do not want to stand by here to catch up with them. Portal go up to the roof, and now Flash has got the positions in check in a 2v1. Crime still surviving, fires back in a way, but Wally and Shin do hit the high notes against Expand.
Flash waking up today. Now up to 7 eliminations after this engagement. They do try to go to the rooftop. Oh, Volley gets cut down immediately. X-Ray doing quite a bit for the team so far. Shin having to throw that glue wall down because he was scared of being shot down by the Axel, who is now on that low ground. X-Ray, though, does finally get shot down thanks to Poppy. Flash now up to 8 eliminations. They did not eliminate the team, unfortunately, but they are the elimination leaders 4.5 minutes into the match.
And this is exactly why I say, even if you are Expand, even if you are at the top of the overall leaderboard in terms of performance today, means nothing, right? It's very easy for them to falter, not because they're bad. It's the quality of the other teams here. And look at who eliminated them. Team Flash, currently in the 17th spot. I mean, at this point, it just means if you can bring in that consistency, you're going to go on to the playoffs, to the point rush stage later on. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes about that. We want to see more of this from Flash.
Continuing on, though, it looks like Falcons just going to try and go for some easy knocks, easy eliminations. ABAC's going to be going down. Looks like Indostars, though, putting a little bit of pressure there onto Stalwart Esports, catching Cypher, who is all alone. His team is nearby, but they're not close enough to go for that safe revive stop. In the meantime, though, going to catch out Liam. Liam playing with that bridge, using that as cover. Wants to go for the backstab. Oh, he can't stop! Stop, didn't see him! Oh, Liam, what a play.
I mean, this is with the nerfed Bison, all right? Lesser on the damage, but baby, they do not care. The rate of fire is still solid enough for them to take control of a situation like that. And it was a fantastic juke, right? Backing away, making the opponent think that he's not going to come back in there for the re-engage, forcing him to use the med kit, and then going in for that shutdown. Brilliant play, and it looks like Stalwart will continue to be snuffed out by the IDS squad. And it looks like the Indonesians get smile year to year as they go in to hunt down the final player. But Cypher with a very quick, smart revival off of that pocket shop and pocket market, sorry. One revival is all he needs to buy an insurance for himself. UAV sent out by Indostars. They are desperate to hunt down this guy. But of course, it's not going to be the final one on the side of Stalwart. They'll survive for the time being.
Now switching on over to RRQ's point of view, the team is a little split here, so they are trying to go for that looting game. I'm quite surprised that we're seeing RRQ again just go for this playstyle that they have fallen back to in those previous weeks, where they split up very risky, high reward play if they do manage to have it work in their favor. But if they get caught out, that could be a very dicey situation for the team. Back to Stalwart's point of view, again, we're just not really seeing anything happen for this team. They're just going to go for that looting game, as Do was revived. But back to Heavy. They've caught Flash. Is Heavy prepared to deal with Flash?
I mean, Flash is prepared to deal with anyone, right? I mean, they've snuffed out Expand already. They've got all of Expand's loot. Now, Heavy's a team that is doing overall better than Flash. Both in our squad know each other really well from their local circuit. So it's all about who's the better one with the loot. Shin makes one mistake, and quickly with a crossfire set up here by Jonah as well as Vitan. Vitan now using the portal go as well to make sure Wally does not run away. RGS50 in for the pop. Vitan circles around, Woodpecker in hand. Poppy just managed to get away for the time being, and it is going to be the Tatsuya burst. He catches up, but the gun in hand though. Can he take a CQC? Yes, he does have the Bison, but he does have that backup there as well. Poppy down on the ground. Heavy quickly surrounds him.
Oh my goodness, Heavy coming in with the ambush play. It definitely seems like Flash were just not ready for Heavy to come in, but the ambush, getting that quick pick off, and the surprise with the portal go play, really just breaking this team down. I mean, this round in particular, AJ, it just seems to be a round full of surprises. You think one team has the upper hand, and then all of a sudden you have an underdog coming in out of nowhere, snapping up eliminations and just getting rid of teams. Yanbin's all alone as well. Does he have the money to buy anyone back?
We call this the new meta chaos, right? If Yanbin can survive for a little bit more, he should be able to, because even if he does not have enough money, he just needs to get one player eliminated somehow or other. Pocket shop still there. Circle number 3 still not here yet. But Yanbin does not have enough time to get that complicated run for the team. And Team Flash performed so well against Expand, couldn't get the full job done, and a little bit of a loss in momentum. Heavy now taking the elimination leader spot right after taking out the heaviest eliminators of that lobby themselves, Team Flash.
Heavy looking very heavy themselves, dripping in a lot of fantastic loot and eliminations. Looks like Reverse Red, though, going to have to deal with God of Wolf here. They are going to try and gatekeep the team, because God of Wolf, they have to run through a very open space. But hang on a minute, it's going to be Reverse Red themselves, sending in Diamond, looking to try and rush in and create that opening for the team. And God of Wolf, they're bunkering down. This is going to be a very scary situation for this team.
Reverse Red should be able to win this out.
They used a portal. They're out.
Portal can straight away lead your opponents right behind you as well, so they have to watch their backs. But all thanks to the 1 second delay, perhaps it's going to be enough. RRQ though, again, PE Sports storming an Indonesian side, taking their lives away, taking their defensive spot as well. Oh my God, they're getting too good at this. PE Sports, one more to deal with, and Don't Cry says, don't worry. 9 spot for you, RRQ, and the points in our pockets. PE Sports now just need to gear up for the next battle, whilst GOW as well as Reverse Red thin each other down. It gives PE Sports the opportunity to be the third party yet again.
Gonna try and break down these glue walls with the glue wall melters, but by the time that's happened though, God of Wolf, they have repositioned, but how far are they going to go to disengage? They're gonna stick around. They do have their front liner doing quite a bit. Dekang going down. Oh, Sming doing so much for the team already, just slowly dismantling God of Wolf, who have used a portal go again to go back to the other compound. So for God of Wolf, it seems they're going to be playing a very defensive game. They don't want to go for those direct engagements. They'd rather be opportunists. And for Reverse Red, it seems that they will change their targets themselves. But look at this though, Falcons being sniped by EVOS of all teams.
I mean, it's a good position. Good crossfire by Aim God, just providing that backup. Ray up front and personal. Charge Buster has been nerfed, but if that's the gun you're going to have in your hands, then you got to try to use it the best possible. Charging it up. One quick break. You are a little bit slower, and he thought that Suya could help him out with that pace, but obviously he was wrong. Charge Buster with that nerf does go down. A little bit of a move that has been nerfed thanks to the nerf on the overall weapon. Let's see if or not this revival as well as the setup from the side can get them into the next circle, because this one's got to hurt quite a little bit. They have to hope and pray they don't get caught as they travel into the next safe zone.
Gotta play it super safe now, AJ. Things are starting to get very intense, not as slow as our previous 2 rounds. I think the teams are starting to pick up on the meta and starting to pick up the pace as well. Indostars just waiting to see if they can pick anybody off. And it looks like Falcons are just about to run into... Is that Stalwart? Oh, it's just... Is that one player? Is Stalwart down to 1 player, or is this player brought back? Okay, they brought some. They brought this player
he
back.
just brought someone back. So Dew's down.
I'm surprised he
someone
survived.
right above him.
I'm surprised he survived.
Vending machines still do allow you that purchase back. So circle number 3, you may come, but as long as there's a vending machine here that we can abuse, there will be revivals. 2 vending machines, one from the airdrop, one that was already there in the first place. And you can see the teams kind of just swarming around the one on the right-hand side. PE Sports going up against Reverse Red once again. Is going to be the roof battle. In the meantime, Indostars going up against their brothers from Indonesia as well. This time it's EVOS Divine. 18DA with a Bison in hand. He goes ahead to tank the circle for a little bit. I don't know exactly what the idea is here, but they have to move on, and Aim God has to be expanded. Ray now moving on in, but Indostars have the place surrounded.
Oh, this might not be good at all for EVOS. Really questionable play, trying to play within that blue zone, but they just didn't get the knocks down before it's happened. Liam coming in from the backside. G'day stuck on the ground. There's only so much you can do for Abax, but he does remove 18 here from the equation. Coach Heal all alone for Indostars. Oh boy, who wins this matchup? Who's going to win this? It's going to be Coach Heal. It's a 1v1. 1 shot, 1 bullet. Can he kill Coach Heal? Gets down. Easy pickup, and that's going to be it for Indostars. EVOS are going to go into this late game with 3 players.
Yeah, that's a GG. EVOS Divine now, the elimination leaders with the 8. They keep replacing each other, so no record broken thus far just yet. Falcon from the opposite side looking to take advantage of GOW, who found themselves a decent enough defensive spot, but the circle is moving. They'll have to evacuate this defensive spot soon, but right outside their doors stands Team Heavy. PE Sports once again taking position on that high ground. Portal Go puts them back into a decent enough position. LBT needs to go in for the pickup. Narrow back up on his feet already, and Reverse Red Saming doing a number. Narrow down on the ground. Diamond holding on. Don't cry down as well. PE Sports only have LBT to depend on, as How Ang gets stuck with 3 players from the side of Reverse Red. It looks like it's all over for PE Sports.
Oh, that was just not the play, unfortunately. We do see a vehicle being picked up here, and LBT, he manages to drive one out. But how far can he go, though? It does finally we break it, LBT? Can he get one elimination before he goes down to this blue zone? He's actually covered himself inside those glue walls. He's going to try and survive and outlast, but I mean, you've got so many players here from Reverse Red ready to take him down. LBT removed, but Diamond, though, does get knocked down in the process, and Reverse Red, their player, is going to be outside that blue zone, so very tricky situation. It's going to be down to 3 players here for Reverse Red, especially with this late game. And look at this circle, AJ. This is disgusting. There is no compound. It's right next to the road. It's open spaces. I hope these teams have their glue walls ready.
You gotta love all of the action out there on the battlefield. Good survival by PE Sports. Just couldn't hold on to the very bitter end. Now, 4 more teams in here. Falcon looking solid with the most number of players on their side. Every other squad has only 3. We're talking about Reverse Red, EVOS Divine, both coming on in here looking for that booyah. But Team Heavy is in a great position as well, sticking their noses out of all of this trouble, just looking to find their way in towards the next safe zone, trying to make sure they don't pull the attention of Reverse Red in the meantime.
Falcons are coming. They actually want to try and go for EVOS, it seems. Heavy, though, closing in onto the other players on the side of EVOS. EVOS is split. This is a really surprising situation to be in, but Heavy going to start lobbing those grenades at Abax and G'day. So far, the grenades are not connecting. The glue wall melters, though, going to be causing them some issues. But look at the backstab from Reverse Red. They catch G'day, and now it's just Abax runs into Heavy. Is there anything that he's going to be able to do here? He's just trying to survive for the team. He is all alone. Falcons have a clear opening on the right-hand side, on the bottom left-hand side. Reverse Red going to be occupying the right side, closing in onto Heavy. Looks like Falcons are going to play as patiently as possible. They are in no position to actually press the issue. Abax going to go down thanks to Tan. This is going to be the opening. Now down to the final teams remaining. Heavy with 3, Red with 3, and Falcon with 3.
I mean, this is just beautiful, right? The double team between Reverse Red as well as Heavy there to just eliminate the squad in the middle. All of those grenades. But now look at Falcon sweeping on in to shut down Reverse Red. Looks like the horses can't gallop on away. Exposy, though, tries to hold his ground. Coscu circling around alongside Peter. The charge buster in hand. But it's a little bit too slow against the Trogon. Trogon gets the spot. Heavy hitting from the back. They're taking away lives from both Reverse Red as well as Falcon. Heavy perhaps the biggest winners here. Reverse Red not going to be able to compete anymore unless that Horizon line puts him right back onto his feet. Reverse Red once again stand a chance. Coscu down and out already. Heavy focusing on the Falcons. 1 more player to go. Reverse Red just going to stay silent. Salming building up all of these solid blue walls, very low on that HP. Finally he's out, and Falcon the final one to fall. Heavy with a massive booyah for themselves to keep their spot in the top 12 this time around. But unfortunately, PE Sports performing decently enough as well will make this task of catching up a tad bit difficult, Danny.
It's gonna be difficult, but I have to say, Heavy, I want to remind all of you as well, before going into this matchup in particular, Heavy had only picked up 1 point today. So this is already a massive improvement for this team to get the booyah. And I think before we switch to the top-down view, I remember seeing this team holding 13 eliminations. This is massive for Heavy. Yes, I think it's still going to be a Goliath of a task to actually make it up, but this is a step in the right direction.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna hop on the whole consistency thing once again, but, you know, let's give them a break. They just made it back in here. We were expecting this sort of a performance a little bit earlier in the day from both of the Vietnamese squads. We were talking about Heavy as well as God of Wolf, but, you know, they weren't that lucky in the initial 2 games. Like you said, just a single point picked up. So picking up this booyah here is massive for them. But either way, every time Vietnam picks up a booyah, Husky will smile a little bit extra.
I see where we're going with this, but yeah, it's nice to see some of the underdogs starting to pick up these booyahs because, like, again, I said this before, everyone that's competing within the tournament here, they are all world-class players from their regions. They made it here because they are all the most skilled players, the skilled teams within their regions. And so to see Heavy pop off like this, it's just so nice to see some fresh faces. I mean, maybe this is the turning point for Heavy. You know, after those first 2 games, now they're on their upwards trajectory to make it to that top 12. Like, this is a very big wish, I suppose, a very big prediction. But at the end of the day, the players' fates are in their own hands. Like, they are in control when they're the ones playing the game. Sure, there's going to be some luck involved, but you do have a lot of control when you are still playing the game. You're the one calling the shots. You're making the elimination plays happen. So, Heavy, if you're going to have to press the go button, I would love it if you pressed it now.
Yeah, Heavy has got 3 more opportunities. They are now 25 points away from making it into the top 12. So getting it done in the next game might be a heavy ask for Heavy to perform twice in a row, hit that booyah, manage to sneak away the 26 points. Obviously, if they get the 25, they are going to be taking Onyx Olympus' spot because Onyx Olympus is in Group C. They're not in play today. And if they can do that, they still have to perform 2 more games back-to-back after that to close off the day with a decent enough lead onto Onyx Olympus before Onyx plays tomorrow. So it's a lot to ask from Heavy, but we've seen this team hit those heavy shots, get those heavy points in the past as well. Just consistency this time around because of the quality that we have at FFWS SEA. It's Southeast Asian level at the end of the day. Like you said, creme de la creme of squads, right? It's gonna be a tad bit tough, but we all hope they get it.
Well, it looks like the interview is ready, so let's see what Heavy have to say after a splendid finish and also their first booyah for today.
Hi everybody, welcome back to our Vietnamese Booyah interview after the match. Right next to me is Heavy Kabi. Can you say hello to the audience please? Xin chào Kabi, thì không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả mọi người đang xem livestream của Huyền Thoại Sinh Tồn.
Congratulations on your booyahs today. Then how do you feel right now? Thì lời đầu tiên là mình xin chúc mừng Kabi cũng như là toàn bộ Heavy, các bạn đã giành lấy được một cú booyah rất là xuất sắc. Thì không biết là tâm trạng bạn hiện tại đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ, tụi em cảm thấy thoải mái hơn.
We feel pretty relaxed after the match. Then I have seen that the first match and the second match is kind of rough to you guys. Can you tell us what happened? Thì mình thấy được rằng là ở trận đấu thứ nhất cũng như là thứ hai thì chúng mình hơi gặp một chút khó khăn. Thì không biết là Kabi có thể chia sẻ cho chúng mình nghe về những cái trận đấu đấy được không ạ?
Dạ, chắc vì tụi em bắn với thành viên mới thì chưa có hòa hợp được nên gãy 2 trận đấu.
Thì không biết là Kabi đánh giá như thế nào về thành viên mới ban huy của chúng ta ạ?
Dạ, em thấy thành viên mới kiểu khá là tự tin nhưng mà kiểu bọn em chưa hòa hợp được tại vì thời gian chưa thích ghi kịp á.
During our first and the second match, we feel like our new members, Wang Hui, is a little bit difficult and hard to catch up with. So we need more time so that we can find the compatibility between us that we can make a perfect match in the next time. Then this third match, you guys successfully achieved the very first booyah for your team. Then do you feel the pressure is getting lower? Thì cũng như là trận đấu thứ 3 này chúng ta cũng đã giành lấy được cú booyah rồi thì nó có xoa dịu cái tình trạng khá đáng báo động của cái thế hệ hiện tại của mình không bạn?
Dạ, tụi em cũng không biết nữa nhưng mà tụi em sẽ cố gắng hết mình.
Thì hiện tại là bạn đang đánh giá như thế nào về cái lần quay lại của mình sau một cái thời gian nghỉ rất là lâu?
Cảm giác như mới bắt đầu mùa giải, hơi run.
Since it's our time, we started to play again after we come back, like after 2 weeks we having rest. It feels like a brand new start to them, and they feel pretty okay with it, just a little bit of shaky. Then bạn nhắm được hôm nay là chúng ta sẽ có được bao nhiêu con booyah nhỉ?
Chắc cố gắng được thêm một cái nữa.
We will try our best to achieve one more booyah. Then, again, congratulations on the very first booyah for Heavy today. Do you have anything you want to say to the audience, but also your fans? Thì một lần nữa cũng sẽ chúc mừng mọi người và mình mong là mọi người sẽ có những cái màn phong độ được giữ vững như thế này cũng như là được chiến đấu tốt hơn. Thì Kabi có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là fan hâm mộ của Heavy không ạ?
Các bạn theo dõi tụi mình 3 trận còn lại nha.
Please follow us until the rest of the match today. Thank you so much and see you guys again.
I mean, they said that they were trying to find their synergy, and I think that was the round where you can say they definitely found that team synergy.
Like you said, right? They struggled a little bit. They found it back. It's all about keeping it now. And Up against Onyx Olympus that's not playing, obviously that's going to be easy. Up against PE Sports and RRQ Kazu, who are not too far away from them. A little bit of extra effort needs to go in there. Consistency is going to be the key word here. As long as they can keep it up, they have shown that they can keep that heavy numbers up. It's not just them, right? The whole of Vietnam rising to the occasion this time round. Even Team Flash having some flashy plays there before getting taken out of the equation.
Actually, that's a great observation. Like, Vietnam is really popping off as a region. Like, sure, we did see a couple of like very shaky moments for some of the Vietnam teams, but we've had 2 Vietnam teams get booyahs today. And we've had Heavy get their first booyah today. So this might be a sign where Vietnam is really starting to kick into gear, and it's no longer the, as some people might say, the era of Indonesia. It might be the era of Vietnam now, which is really exciting. I love seeing all these different regions have their moments to really shine, because it pushes the competition forward, because we have seen so much attention being driven towards the Thai teams. And let's be real, I think we all love to have a little bit of variety in our lives, especially when it comes to our viewing experience. And so to see Vietnam starting to rise in today's matches, I kind of wonder, like, are they the teams that we should be really looking out for now? Like, have they been sort of taking things easy up until this point? Are they trying to maybe prevent the target from being put onto their foreheads?
I do not want to discount what they have been able to do in this matchup, but looking at the active passive skills that they are walking in with, that doesn't seem to be a lot of adjustments. You're still running the triple Tatsuya, A1 to 4, but it could also be a scenario of, if it's not broken, why fix it, right?
Yeah.
If it's working for them, if they are, but it's still a little bit more skewed towards those CQCs, which may be a problem. And I say may because they can prove me wrong later on, because you do have the nerf onto those CQC guns as well. The Bison, the Trogon, the Charge Busters that used to be abused in the past have all received nerfs. The game is a tad bit slower. Tatsuya had a nerf as well. Your Portal Go has had a nerf. So this might be a terrible idea if they want to just hold on to this. But if they can hold on to something where other players do not suspect as viable at all, that could just be their trump card.
Yeah, I'd love to hear like their thought process when it does come to their weapon of choices. Like, is this something that they sort of fall back to for every game? Because we don't get to see every team's inventory, unfortunately, unless we cycle through and we're in game, which we don't have access to the game itself. But I would love to see what equipment everyone has, what like I said again, right? Like, I want to see what everyone is running now, because everyone has a different understanding of how the meta is, and we are starting to see some changes. Like, sure, Heavy is playing how they did before, but maybe for all we know, maybe they just thought, okay, in this particular game, this is our best play style. We kind of don't have that information.
I truly do agree with you, and I mean, it could just be a factor of the map as well. Alpine is a decently small map. Those rotations are pretty tight. You've got a lot of those small compounds to work around with. So even if the nerf of those CQC combat guns, you still have to abuse those guns because of what the map is kind of designed like, right? So with Heavy bringing in the meta for that, so we could just see the meta kind of leaning towards certain maps a little bit differently. It just could be a scenario like that, and Heavy just not wanting to let go of the triple Tatsuya burst alongside the A1 to 4 could just be the ones who have accidentally or perhaps even intentionally stumbled upon this perfection, right? 16 eliminations with the Booyah is a very solid run for a team like Heavy.
I mean, they like what? They got 28 points, and that's on top of the 1 point they got today.
Yeah.
That's
solid stuff.
That's, extremely solid for the team. So they've got to be proud of themselves, but the chase continues. Just continue to chase Onyx, and on the day that Heavy does compete against Onyx, I actually would not be surprised if they just maybe try to go for hot drops onto Onyx. But that's a story for another day, because of course Onyx is not playing. They can chase PE Sports as well, because they are playing today. So that is going to be a reasonable goal for this team to go for. But okay, I know we were talking a little bit about all of these CQC weapons and Tatsuya coming into play, but we're jumping into Kalahari next, right? This is arguably the map to play long range, especially with all the elevations. Portal Go will still be very, very important, but I'm really keen to see what's going to be the weapon of choice for players coming into Kalahari with the meta changes. Like, will we see more things like the Woodpecker, or are we still going to be seeing a lot of these CQC weapons?
It's a fantastic question. Before
I'm not
I
asking
answer
for
the question-
answers. I think mine was just sort of like a
No,
statement.
I'm waiting to give you an answer for that one, right? But before we go there, though, Buriram, Stalwart, Reverse Red, obviously the highlights when it comes to this map. But when we drill down to specifically groups B and A, Stalwart, Reverse Red, they take the cake for the dominance here, followed by Team Falcons, right? We drop Buriram out. So these three teams, I would say to a certain degree, have been struggling thus far today, right? They haven't really been able to hit their high strides, get in there with those back-to-back potential booyahs, at least get the top 3 for themselves. So they've been tortured. This could change today, looking at the momentum that has been picked up by some of these other squads.
Maybe, but it looks like, AJ, we are ready to jump into match number 4 today.
Oh, yeah.
Time to find out who's going to be getting our 4th booyah of the day. The map is Kalahari. Let's jump into this. The massive sandy dunes, a massive map. Curious to know how teams are going to be playing on this. Is it going to be as quick as we saw in our previous map? Because on Alpine, it's a small map. We did see the team sort of ramp things up a little bit. Kalahari, much larger. Are we going to go and slow things down yet again?
So to answer your question earlier,
yes,
right?
Please.
Meta, Kalahari. This is the beauty. Remember how those grappling hooks, or very specifically called the hook gun in the game? Yeah, it's now available for sale at the vending machine for 200 coins, which is very cheap. And of course, there's a purchase limit, 1 per player. So you're going to have a lot of these players repositioning to those roofs, and also the play by PE Sports earlier, straight to the roof, with that one team having that opportune moment, opportune item, which is the portal go in their pockets, might not be the game changer this time round because of the hook gun. Hook gun allows you to quickly reposition from the ground towards to deal with the higher terrain elevation that Kalahari kind of gives you out there, right? In the past, you had to loot it up. Now you get to buy it out straight up.
Oh, Cougar being spotted there by RRQ, unfortunately. Does scout out for the team, and this is very common play for Kalahari that we've witnessed in the previous weeks. Like teams, they will send out scouts to just sort of spot things out, but it looks like for EVOS, they're actually looking to make a play happen up against Homeboys. Look, Homeboys have had a really rough day today. This team has just not been able to get off the ground, and unfortunately, we might just be seeing a similar case here on Kalahari.
They've been having a rough tournament. What are you talking about? What a rough
I'm gonna
day.
give them a chance today, okay? It's a fresh start, but apparently this is not a fresh start. They do still have Butterfly on the field. They have decided to go for a buyback up for the side of EVOS. G'day is going to be coming back in, but just, yeah, this is not a way to start a game of Kalahari.
We've got butterflies on the field, butterflies in their tummy. In fact, those butterflies have not left ever since the start of this tournament. It's been jittery all around. The one good thing Butterfly did manage to do is bring a revival back in. So Homeboy still alive and kicking with the one player out there. We'll just have to wait and see how he does. It's not going to be a severe disadvantage since you do come back with a 50% off your coins. RRQ losing 2 players in a cross engagement against a very strong team as Reverse Red. Let's see if they can recover this one, though. One player already exposed and taken out of the equation. A Bay High still managed to hide away. So that's going to be a pickup. Just 1 player lost there for RRQ.
Yeah, just 1 player loss. Oh, they reverse Red. Sming. He spotted out RRQ and is going to try and go for those pot shots. It does not connect, but it has revealed their position. So I hope they're ready to take this on. EVOS, though, running into Expand this time. And Aim God already going to be taken out of the picture. Abax, though, shooting from that window. Not going to be too lucky as G'day gets immediately taken down in this fight. Expand still sitting with 4 players on the field. And wait a minute, we have God of Wolf coming into the fray as well. Maybe they heard those gunshots. We could be looking at another clash here.
Yeah, I think the observers are more stressed than the players because there's so many action breaking out at the very same time. Di Kwang down on the ground, fires with the hit. Dion down as well, fires. Fantastic elimination. And now God of Wolf just do not have a position here to play with at all. 2 more players left in here. I believe 1 more has been knocked down. Expand going in for the full flush here. And GOW, 1 final survivor, manages to get out of all of that chaos.
Oh, so much dancing happening between these teams. EVOS, though, they just can't get their players out of there at all. They do have the sniper, but it looks like they have found the portal ghost. They've actually gone over there as well. Crime MKS actually being knocked. His team is not there, so someone's going to have to try and either bring in the support or they're going to have to just leave him and maybe go for that revival. Falcons, they're going to switch on over to their perspective as they have run into Indostars themselves, running into Liam. And it might not be a happy ending for this player, unfortunately, as Coach Heel is the one to be knocked down for the team. Will be eliminated there by Cougar and Peter coming into the fray, looking for Raz. And actually, Sming is here as well. So we could be looking at 3 teams going for that engagement. Exposy being brought back into the game. Coach Heel and Lean being brought back by Indostars as well. Lots of buybacks across the board for these teams. We've seen so many eliminations, and no team has been eliminated thus far.
I was about to say that, so you took the words right out of my mouth, right?
Sorry,
Insane
sir.
stuff. Yeah, I mean, pocket shop, baby. Revive after revive. They've got a lot of money to work around on Kalahari as well. They've been spending it really well. And this is exactly what we've wanted to see. And this is that extra pace that Garena has just so successfully thrown into the game of Free Fire without breaking the game. We saw a little bit of an elevated pace up with the Portal Ghosts as well as the Tatsuyas, but the adjustments have come in and the slower pace is surprisingly bringing in more eliminations. So this is definitely that balance that I guess the players have been waiting for as well.
Players have been waiting for. I know some teams in particular not happy with the changes. They would have loved to have kept it as is, but
oh yeah,
sometimes you just have to sort of balance the game. Now we do have God of Wolf sort of running for free, but they are in RRQ territory and they have revealed themselves as well. So God of Wolf are aware that they have run into another team's turf, and it looks like it's not going to be an easy one here for Iza. Easy knockdown. Abaying trying to go for a knockdown himself. Iza gone and out of the picture. They do pick up Rip, but how? Abaying actually being caught by Dian. Nice support for God of Wolf, but I don't think this team is out of danger yet. Duit's trying to see if he can find anybody, but hasn't caught wind of who it is. But look on the high ground now. We do have Razor providing support for the team, and Abaying does get brought back by Duits. So RRQ, they have stabilized.
I mean, brilliant, right? RRQ stabilized, good revivals. GOW, on the other hand,
Duits caught out again.
Not as blessed.
Not as blessed.
It is a little bit of a slower pace here as all of the chaos finally dies down, but still 12 teams, like you said, Danny. So, so much for that one. Massive number of eliminations all around.
At this point, it's just an elimination farm. It's just who has the bigger farm. Or bigger wallets, as I say. As the teams that are buying back, they are providing a lot of points for these teams. RRQ, though, still playing on that rooftop. It looks like we're going to be looking at Expand here. We are seeing Fies playing on that rooftop, having to jump down and maybe trying to lure in Homeboys to his team. Oh, this is smart.
I think the next one that's going to be nerfed is probably Suzy, because we've tried a injection of speed as well as funds, and obviously the extra funds is allowing for all of this chaos to break out. Suzy has been able to stack. I mean, look at this, 2,300 coins in the hands of Xroy. You're just opening up the market for everybody to abuse at this point of time. So that's probably going to be the next adjustment in the next patch that we do encounter. But obviously, we'll have to see whether or not Reverse Red can use the current patch to do something about this. Saming! How did he even recover? His teammate backing him up, but Cougar was there on the flip side of things. Woodpecker's there to get the job done, but Diamond with an instant revival as if nothing happened.
Oh, we... Okay, no, I thought we saw our eliminations. I was sorry.
It has caught me off guard so many times in this tournament, okay? I do not blame you.
I have never wanted to see a team be eliminated thus far, but it looks like Heavy, though, are going to be running into the territory of Team Flash, and they do lose somebody right off the bat, though, so that's not going to be a happy situation for Heavy at all. Kabi, though, going to have to deal with Poppy, who does go for that backstab, and we have our first eliminated team in the game. It's unfortunately going to be God of Wolf, so now down to 11 teams. Jonah, though, on the high ground here, but look at this, though, Flash sending the entire team for that support to get rid of Jonah. That should be another point here for Flash. Sure, they use Yanbin, but who cares? They got eliminations from this.
I mean, you gotta respect Jonah. He had like 1 HP there, still managed to knock Yanbin down onto his butt before getting removed from the equation. I ain't gonna go down without a fight, he says. But it just meant absolutely nothing. None of his other team members were there for that recovery, for that backup to get the elimination point at the very least. So yeah, he went down fighting, but it was a useless fight.
Oh boy. Stalwart Esports going to run into Falcon here. Now, Do is on to the side, and so is Stop as well. Peter going to be watching the team from that low ground, but maybe Stop can go for the backstab and actually cause some issues here for Peter. In the meantime, though, we are starting to see some gunfights actually kick through. Cypher not going to be happy with his position, taking a couple too many bullets, but he is in a much safer position. Stop, though, has run into Peter, hasn't been able to finish him off. It's a 1v1 over there. One more, though, providing support from long range. Do trying to find Cosq, has found it, but he goes down to the blue wall, the blue zone. Oh, that's not going to be happy there for Dew. Cosq does finally go down, but we are looking at a couple of awkward little mini fights here as we are still seeing that 1v1 off screen.
Falcon hasn't really gotten that Saudi buff, bro. They are just getting the floor wiped with them. Stalwart, super decent. They are behind them in the overall leaderboard, but not so much in the performance of today. One more gets knocked down as well. 3 players eliminated. In fact, Falcon has been eliminated. Your scare earlier has been turned into reality.
Oh my gosh, I don't think anyone has expected this, but we do have Expand looking to put some pressure here onto RRQ. Crime MKS doing his best to throw a couple of pot shots. Razor providing support there for RRQ, but the Axel is trying to find that opening. He just needs somebody from RRQ to stick their head out. But look at this though, AimGod's coming in from the other side. This is a completely different team. And now RRQ are going to have to deal with a assault from 2 angles.
Woo! X-Roy with the knock. AimGod. Good day steals it. Expand not going to be too happy with that. They now know there's another squad in the vicinity looking for all of those piecemeal that they take the drop on. I mean, one guy doing the hunting, the other one doing the frying and the eating. I don't think Expand's going to like that.
Oh boy, if Mal doesn't move, okay, no, Mal has to move here. Gonna be running into AimGod's RQ. Oh boy, this is not the game that you're looking for at all. Expand in the meantime though, gonna lose a player as well. Kabi is going to be brought back on the other side of the map, but EVOS are just having a heyday here. Now sitting on 8 eliminations, 10 minutes into this game. Maybe we could be seeing EVOS pop off here. This is an opportunity for this team to really pick up those points if they need it. But it looks like EVOS are going to play it slow, go on the outside, just continue to play this looting game. They have eliminations for days.
Yeah, everybody's been revived at least once here on EVOS Divine, which means loot-wise, they are not very rich. They were pretty broke as well in the overall grand scheme of things, looking at the coins in other teams' pockets. So they were able to buff themselves up a little bit with their pocket shop. So let's see if or not that'll make a great big difference later on for them. We'll catch up with the performance of the team in a little bit. Eventually, Expand on the other hand, finding their way in towards this circle. Heavy sending one revival outside the circle, who's going to be slowly rotating in. 2 Indonesian squads to deal with for Expand. A Bay High from RRQ on the right-hand side and Indostars on the left. But only 3 players. So it's a good... but Lean is just set up a little bit further away. EVOS Divine might just be the ones to break Indostars. All depending on who decides to engage first.
I don't know who wants to make the move though, because we are still looking at... There's still a lot of room on the map for these players to move. We're not going to be seeing too much gatekeeping here, it seems. EVOS going to be coming in towards the southern side of that circle, and thankfully for them, it's empty. They're going to have a free entry into the safe zone. If they run into Homeboys there, that could be some eliminations as well, but it looks like Stalwart Esports get a free elim there onto Don't Cry. P Esports not going to be too happy with that one. So Cypher looking to try and finish off her arm here just to get that other point as well. But it looks like the circle has been decided. It's going to be right on top of confinement. So teams that are not quite there, they will have to find a safe way to get into that next safe zone. And so far, Reverse Red looking for these eliminations, looking to get rid of IDS. Indostars now in danger because look at this, Reverse Red still running a full roster. Diamond does go down, can be picked up though. But P Esports, another team that's going to be eliminated. We're starting to see these teams finally go for these death matches.
Absolutely. P Esports kind of being one of those that falls victim to the nerf that has been brought into that portal go. With that 1 second to teleport away, he just got caught with his pants down. He was trying to run away. Portal go just wasn't sending him to the opposite side. Gets sprayed down from the back. A tad bit unfortunate, but that's exactly how we want the current meta to be stacked. Nobody gets to run away instantaneously. You really have to play your glue walls really smartly. Speaking of glue walls, Homeboys can't really barricade themselves well. EVOS Divine will overtake the other teams with the eliminations with that shutdown onto the Homeboys player. And speaking of Homeboys, they are out in 9.
Homeboys are out, and look at this. Teams are trying to play on the high ground now. We saw Team Flash trying to occupy that big watchtower over there, but they unsuccessfully were able to connect. So now it's going to come down to high ground. Who can get a safe high ground position? Because there's really not that much outside of these small compounds to work with, and especially when that circle starts to get smaller, there's a lot of open space towards that bottom left-hand side. So if it goes towards that trajectory, it will force these teams out of those compounds. So the best time to start taking advantage of those compounds is right now.
And remember, with the hook gun now being able to be purchased once by every single player, that high ground might just mean absolutely nothing, because anybody and everybody can hop on out there and meet your play when it comes to that bird's eye view. But Wally taking the highest point of all with the M82B could just be the one to put his squad in front. But Team Flash outside of the next circle, 15 seconds to make a decision and to hop on in. They better put that hook gun to work.
Oh boy, EVOS and Flash. We could be seeing a deathmatch here as these two teams are going to have to try and find their way out of this. The circle is now starting to move. And remember, folks, this is a very painful circle as well. So if they stick around for too long, both teams could be eliminated if they can't leave this compound. Looks like Expand, they're going to be camping the low ground here for Reverse Red. RRQ, unfortunately, are going to be losing their players and will be eliminated from the round. We're now down to our final 7 here. Indostars hiding behind that corner. They're unable to connect with the grenade. And they're still blocked off from that high ground. So Expand is really just stuck on this first floor unless they want to try and play something cheeky. Heavy, though, will be losing their team and will finish in 7th place. Fire's going to have to try and hop out of this window because this circle is now starting to move. This compound is useless. It's a race for that center.
Absolutely. And now Reverse Red appearing out of nowhere, taking the Indostars players out of the equation, literally, as they get shut down in the 6th spot. Expand left that compound a little bit earlier so they don't get punished, but shots from afar. EVOS Divine not as lucky. Expand out already. Reverse Red trying to shut them down as well. The wall is going to be blocking off Team Flash from them, so they just need to deal with Reverse Red. But for how long? That hook gun can put these team over that wall in an instant. So this is the time where EVOS Divine really needs to think, do you play defense or do you just go out for the offense?
Oh, this circle. We are coming into the late game here, AJ. We're just about to end this. 4 teams remaining, 12 players left as well. It's do or die. Any mistakes here will prove fatal, and glue wall melters are going to be crucial, especially with how these teams are going to have to try and play with their glue walls to play as cover. Stop, though, doing significant amounts of damage over there to Reverse Red. ABAX actually being caught out by Team Flash. Really unfortunate there. ABAX still on the ground, and Flash have just gone for an absolute rush. And there's not really much you're going to be able to do about that at all. But this does put them in range of Stalwart Esports. Cypher and Bard, what are they thinking to do? They want to focus on Reverse Red instead. Really interesting choice.
We did talk about how Stalwart and Reverse Red were the leaders in terms of points on this map without Buriram to stick their noses into this battle. And they are the final teams to reach this final circle as well. Stalwart super solid with numbers. Team Flash on the opposite side. Die! It is the portal go that quickly helps them reposition. In the meantime, EVOS Divine shutting down the Flash players. Wally out of the equation. Stalwart, 14 points in hand. On the hunt. Finds nobody. Circles around. Finds a couple of Divine players. But Cypher appearing out of nowhere. And Stalwart hits the big booyah.
GG easy. I could absolutely hear Stalwart saying that after that round. 18 eliminations to end the round. So they are going to take home 30 points for that round alone. Stalwart Esports going to be very happy with themselves just to pick up a nice lump sum of points to push them up on that leaderboard, because before those 2 previous rounds, they were only sitting at 18 points. Pretty reasonable, pretty consistent when it comes to those first 2 rounds, but after this, I think Stalwart going to happily sit higher up on that leaderboard. Maybe not number 1 yet, but they're getting pretty damn close.
Yeah, they are just probably going to be a tad bit annoyed that they're trying to catch up to Reverse Red, and Reverse Red were in the final circle as well. So what a number of points picked up by Reverse means this is just not the match where they catch up. And we've seen these 2 teams kind of tortured pretty earlier in those previous games. This time, they managed to kind of rough it out all the way to that final circle and walk away with a booyah for themselves. This is, I believe, the 6th or 7th booyah for the squad, which is pretty solid in the grand scheme of things, as they currently sit in the 4th spot in the overall leaderboard.
I am really keen to hear the interview here for Stalwart Esports. I kind of hope that we get their perspectives on the meta. I want to hear everyone's thoughts because obviously different players, different teams, different regions, they're going to see things differently. I hope we get some deets on their thoughts on the meta because we've heard a lot from the Vietnamese teams so far. I don't think we really heard anything from the Indonesian teams. It was really just the Vietnam teams that actually really spoke on the meta. So I hope we do get to see this in this interview, but
That's the interviewer buff because, I mean,
you think
just
so?
asks beautiful questions. I mean, I think the Vietnam host is the only one that really focuses in on what actually happens on the gameplay, you know, the meta changes. She's asking all of the right questions, kind of getting us all of this right engagement with the players as well as really valuable insights. But speaking of insights, let's take a look at the highlights of this matchup as well and get a little bit of an insight as to how the two Thai squads made it to that final circle.
Well, to be fair, they're also Thai's teams, so I think a lot of people had some expectations for these teams coming into that final circle. I mean, as you said, they were the favorites, so like statistically speaking, they're supposed to win this round. So I think the Stalwart they got to keep their record up. But I think this is something that we shouldn't really be surprised about either, because I mean they've consistently performed on this map so far. So if they didn't do well, if anything, that would be shocking. If they were just middle of the pack, they really should have actually won this round. So Stalwart, great job. I honestly think this was just sort of an average game for them because we saw so many teams farming the early game, right? Like so much farming involved. And for anyone that doesn't understand farming, we saw so many teams reviving that with every revive, that's another point to anybody who gets that elimination. And so with so many eliminations, teams are getting so many points. And I feel we saw so much bloat. Maybe that's what I'm kind of aiming for here. And so like at the end of the day, this was just, it didn't look like a crazy game for Stalwart. It was just they played the late game as they should.
But you know, it's just step after step, right? And this is the first solid step that they are taking within the day. And it's solid enough to undo a couple of boo-boos because 18 eliminations, they walk away with the booyah. There's 30 solid points just from one game, and the other teams haven't been as consistent. But of course, let's see if or not the Thai host does manage to ask those important questions that we were thinking of and hit it. Let's check out the interview.
Hello guys, and I'm with Balas from STE. Yeah, congratulations for the last game. Are you excited because this is your first international league competition, right?
ก็ยินดีด้วยกับบูย่าที่ได้รับมานะคะตื่นเต้นไหมเพราะว่าเนี่ยเป็นลีกแรกที่เราเล่นกับทีมนานาชาติ
ก็ตื่นเต้นนิดหน่อยครับ
A little bit excited.
Okay, so what did you do to prepare for the league, international league?
เรามีการเตรียมตัวยังไงกับการมาเล่นในลีกนี้ค่ะ
ก็เตรียมตัวเยอะอยู่ครับ
Okay,
he has been prepared a lot.
Okay, and is it hard to be in the second half of the league?
ยากไหมคะที่แบบว่าพอมาเล่นรอบครึ่งหลังของลีก
ก็ยากอยู่ครับแต่ซีซั่นแรกทีมทำคะแนนไว้ดีเลยไม่ค่อยกดดันเท่าไหร่ครับ
It's quite hard, but because my team played well on the first half, so there is not much pressure on the second half.
Oh, okay. So can you tell us a little bit about your team plans for the second half?
ช่วยบอกหน่อยว่าทีมเรามีแผนยังไงในครึ่งหลังค่ะ
ก็เน้นเข้าวงครับแล้วก็เดี๋ยวคิวก็มาเอง
We plan to try to get more into the zone and the circle. Yeah, and the elimination we will get can come later.
Okay. Last but not least, anything you want to say to your fans?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ทีมผมด้วยนะครับครึ่งหลังผมมาแล้ว
Okay, for the fans, please support us because I already here in this team.
Okay, and here with us is Baros. Yay! Hope to see you in the next game. หวังว่าจะได้เจออีกในเกมหน้าเนาะ Okay, good luck. And now back to you, Shoutcaster.
Look, you just gotta get those eliminations. I mean, we've seen so many times how important elimination points are. Like 12 points for Booyah, like that's a bonus, that's a promotion.
Yep.
But you gotta get those eliminations.
Yeah. And they did that. Solid stuff. 18 eliminations, 30 points in total. I mean, maybe it's just their turning point, right? Technically, it was game number 4. We've got 2 more for the day. They didn't perform very badly at the start of the day. I mean, of course, not the usual stalwart stuff. But I guess it can just be that launch pad to get back into rhythm. They are, after all, on their 7th Booyah. And, of course, with their sniper due leading the fray with eliminations, a total of 6 in hand, 3,792 damage, brings in the Iris to tap onto all of those glue walls, get those markers in there. He has got Susie in there as well, the Awakened Moko to get the job done, the Ice Iron for all of his glue walls. So a very, very solid sniper setup here. And when you look at the opposite side here, Cypher Barros walking in with the A124, Skylar dragged in by Stop. This is a solid setup when you talk about those active points. Active skills.
Stalwart. Are we off to a bit of a slow start? Are they maybe experimenting? I actually kind of wonder, is now like a good time to try and experiment something new, especially with some of the changes that we've seen come into the game?
I don't think...
Because Stalwart's not really in a position where they're going to lose their top 12.
Yeah.
And so sometimes aiming to go for that preparation for the playoffs could pay off. But I wonder, like, what's the thought process here for Stalwart? Like, how are they approaching the games this week?
Yeah, I totally get your line of questioning, right? Because what's the worst case scenario here? You can technically just chill. You could just go in for a couple of experiments. What's the worst case scenario? Nothing, because there's no way in hell you lose your top 12 spot unless just the unthinkable happens where when you try to recover later on, when you don't want to experiment anymore and you still can't find your rhythm anymore, which is very difficult to think might happen to Stalwart because mechanically this is a team that knows their way around the battlefield. They really know how to pick up those easy eliminations. 335 eliminations in the competition thus far. One of the stronger teams, the top 4 teams when it comes to the overall, numbers picked up through those elims, right? So we don't really have to break a sweat over that. I truly agree with you. This could just be an experimental phase for Stalwart, hence why you don't see them really going all out from the start of the day itself. There's just no need.
Alternatively, and this feels like it's a theory for another universe, alternatively, I kind of wonder if the previous bottom feeders for the group are actually catching up to the top teams. Do you think there's ever a world where you could say that all of a sudden the teams that struggled in groups A and B are now actually doing well against the top teams that were originally in this group?
I wouldn't say so, because the teams that are currently doing bad in groups A and B, you've got some very bad ones like Flash, Homeboys. They're still struggling down there at the bottom. God of Wolf, Heavy hit a Booyah today, but it's not a very consistent one. They picked up only 1 point from the first 2 games, and then they hit that Booyah, and then they went back to not picking up solid points. They literally got 4 from this game, so they're still going to struggle. I think the top teams are the top teams. The bottom feeders are the bottom feeders.
Yeah.
We should be expecting a miracle, a consistent play here from some of the bottom feeders to climb into the top 12, which is not impossible. We've got 9 days of play. Of course, the first out of this 9 is coming to a close end already, but anything can happen out there.
Yeah. So Stalwart Esports, 30 points, happy with that. EVOS, 27, also happy with that. But I think this is what we all wanted to see. The overall standings, to see how close, how far, how many points these teams have picked up, and are we going to be seeing any gap closers? And unfortunately, for Falcon, not really closing that gap between them and Buriram, because they just didn't have a great round in Kalahari. I mean, they're getting close now, but this is one play day, and Buriram haven't played at all, so that's just going to be such a big advantage for Buriram if they do have a fantastic day. Bottom of the leaderboard though, Onyx. Heavy, unfortunately in that round, didn't do enough to really close that gap, and Heavy have 2 more games to go before Onyx steps onto the field tomorrow. So their opportunity to close that gap is slowly closing. If Onyx, for the next 2 play days, because they're not playing right now, if Onyx do horribly and they only pick single-digit points for the 2 combined days, I think that's when you start to say, okay, this team is in danger.
Yeah. I agree with you, right? But it's so impossible to think that that's going to be possible, because Onyx technically has 6 matches to catch up. and barely any bit of distance Heavy has brought in here. But a quick break. When we come back, 2 more games to bring the day to a close.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
What is up, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. 4 games down, 2 to go, and it's the last 2 for today before we end things for Groups A and B, and we say goodbye to Group A because they play on Sunday, but Group B will continue on and play Group C tomorrow. That is a scary matchup. But let's focus on these final 2 games. My name is Danielle, and of course joining me is the wonderful, the mustachio, AJ. This map. Man, this Nextterra is next. Oh my gosh, that was a horrible pun. But Nextterra is actually next.
Yeah.
We need to look at the stats. Stop. But there are a couple of outstanding teams performing today. A couple of teams that are sort of just in the middle of the pack and performing as normal. But who do you think has been the biggest surprise for us thus far when it comes to performance?
Surprise? No, heavy. Heavy getting a booyah, that's like, whoa, bro, really, bro? We're playing it like that now? So that's the only surprise. Apart from that, everything's like, business as usual. I mean, Stalwart, Falcon. Falcon has been a surprise in a bad way. Like, I was expecting like 200 points. Okay, maybe not 200, maybe like 130. But we had like 56 now, 2 more games to go. Yeah, they can reach the 100, but it's going to take a lot of hustle to get there.
A lot of hard work, but then again, the team's not really like pressured because ultimately, like, what's the goal of Falcon? Is it really to try and take first place away, or is it just stay in second? I mean, that's a nice goal too as well. Sometimes just maintaining your position. It's not about always chasing for the top if it's out of reach. Sometimes the little goals are a bit better than the bigger goals, I think, for the mental anyway.
I guess for Falcons, it would be more of a case of trying to get it done in the group stage or in the knockout stages, although there's no necessity to, so that when we do go in for our point rush as well as our grand finals, they can just be on their fantastic A game, right? Because we still do see them falter here and there, which is not going to be acceptable for the grand scheme of things to be the champions of FFWS SEA later on during the point rush as well as the grand finals day itself. So maybe they want to go for something like that, because looking at Falcons now, 51 points away from Buriram. Buriram's not playing today. Tomorrow, on the other hand, we're going to have a little bit of a rest here for Group A. So Falcons is not going to be playing, and obviously Buriram's not going to sit on their butts, not pick up points. They are going to try to go for 800 points now. So good luck. You better try to catch up today.
Yeah, and the next closest race really is what? Reverse Red and Stalwart Esports. Like, they're right on top of each other. So there is a chance for these 2 teams to sort of fight for that 3rd place prize money for now, which would be nice. But I think at this point, maybe it's time for these teams to sort of just relax and get ready for those finals. Like, I know it's early, but I feel like sometimes you have to take that risk and sort of be like, okay, if you have that crazy idea, you need to test it in the correct environment. And technically, this is the best environment to do so if you want to try a particular strategy and execute it in a competitive environment. So we'll have to see what happens for our last 2 games. It is going to be Nextterra, and then after Nextterra, we have our randomized map. And again, I will reiterate, we don't know what this map is either. We don't find out until it's actually time to play that random map. So the teams don't even get time to mentally prepare for what comes next. They're just sort of told by the admins like, hey, you're playing this map, good luck. That's it.
I know, right? So it's a little bit torturous for some of these teams out there as well, but it could just be the blessing that some of the other teams need. For example, PE Sports, you don't see them performing on every single map. So if Purgatory was locked in for Game 6, they're going to be jumping for joy because, they do struggle a little bit on the other maps. Speaking of which, on Nextterra, you do have your front runners like Falcon, Indostars, Stalwart. Indostars has started off the day pretty decently. We have not seen Falcons catch up, but Falcons have been doing averagely well to not really fall from the top 3 spots in the overall points picked up today. But they are, of course, chasing your number 1 seed, which is Buriram United Esports. So a little bit of consistency is needed there. And as we talk about that, that is the graphic we're going to be breaking down a little bit more. Of course, you're not going to see Buriram here today. So we'll replace Buriram with Stalwart Esports. Stalwart is below Indostars in the overall grand scheme of things in the total number of points picked up, albeit they're not too far. But Falcon, they are on another level of performance, right? 165 points picked up thus far. 3 booyahs on Nextterra. If there's a place to make a solid comeback, this is it.
Is it time that we see 40 points for Falcon for this round? Wink, wink.
Maybe.
I mean, that's
back
his
to back.
dream.
I mean, everybody's hoping and wishing they kind of like pull off something new here, right? Because it is their debut with the new brand. So we want to see some magic.
Gonna see some magic, gonna see some fun, fast, action-packed gameplay. But it looks like the teams, they're more or less ready to go. I think they're just being told to sort of wait for that final call so that we can drop everybody in. Actually, I think I see are the teams almost ready? Okay, no, I thought that was actually a plane. I thought they're about to drop in. Oh, I got excited. Okay, just relax. Last 2 games, no need to stress.
So you weren't really excited by the Yomos drink there on the table?
I mean, I would love a drink right now.
Now, so would
Pretty
I.
delicious.
So would I. I mean, at the end of the day, all of these boys out there, there's something that they want more than their drink. They want those points. Vietnam has been performing pretty decently today. We see 2 Vietnamese squads walk away with the Booyah, Heavy as well as PE Sports. And, you know, shocking performances from them. But we also want to see another team that has been trying to play catch-up gameplay. God of Wolf. Haven't seen a lot of them because they've been taken out earlier in those rotations towards that final circle. Maybe this could be a place where they try to put a stand-up comeback, but historical data doesn't really tell us that it's going to be a big possibility. They are the 2nd worst team here, and Heavy is the worst team. So both the Vietnamese squad down at the bottom.
Okay, it might be a little bit of a painful one here for the Vietnamese teams. Unless maybe something, like they figured something out during that 2-week break. I mean, we did have a very long extended period of time where teams were just sort of allowed to test, experiment, look each other up. I hope they scrimmed. I think that's the most important thing. I hope they scrimmed against the teams in their groups. Because you do need to make sure you get that practice.
3 weeks of torture, and then you just chill, no?
EVOS just keeps playing with their tissues. I don't know what this is. It's so adorable. Oh. I love how the players, like, even though they're waiting, and they're technically playing one of the biggest leagues in the region, they've got players with pieces of paper on their foreheads. We've got them making, like, tissue masks.
I mean, you've got a good amount of time to kill. Might as well kill it with some tissue paper masks. I don't know. You know, whatever floats your boat out there, whatever calms your nerves before you head on in here to the eye of the storm and try to battle it out. We know it's not the easiest to play on the pro scene. There's a lot of mental pressure. So, yeah, whatever you want to de-stress, just go ahead, man.
Look, humor's the best way to de-stress.
Judge.
Like, who doesn't watch a comedy when they've had, like, a really tough day? So sometimes just, you gotta have a laugh, you know? If you have a really bad game, have someone crack a joke, even if it's a horrible one, and force yourself to laugh. It will make you feel better. But speaking of better, this next day is how I keep myself positive. But we're ready to jump into game number 5 here, folks. It's Nextterra. It's our 2nd last map of the day, and the 2nd last opportunity for these 2 teams, or these 2 groups, to grab their points before Group B goes up against C tomorrow, and for Group A to go for their little 1-day break before they also have to play against Group C on Sunday. And this flight path is looking pretty juicy for everybody.
Amen. Could say that again. Heavy was the first team to hop on out. Hopefully they're not the first team to check on out from this particular lobby. They are the worst performers, with a total of 37 points picked up thus far from 7 games played at the Nextterra map. Statistics-wise, this is not good at all.
Yeah, I really worry for God of Wolf because they've dropped in with RRQ here into Museum. Now, statistically, again, as you said, God of Wolf has not really been doing too well. And to drop in with RRQ, this is probably one of the last teams you would have liked to run into. But we actually have one player from EVOS here as well, sort of sticking his nose into maybe some business that doesn't really belong. No gunshots yet, though, so it seems like nobody has seen the opposing teams yet.
God of Wolf is technically on a worse off state than Heavy. They have the exact same number of points picked up at Nextterra, which is 37, but through 8 games played. So an average of 4.6 points. Why are we seeing this? I already talked about this.
I think this
Okay,
might
there
be.
you go.
There we go.
Like,
All right.
don't you forget who performs here.
All right. Oh, okay. It looks like we are starting to see a little bit of action here. Seeing a grenade being thrown here. Abak's actually going for a 1v1 against Neo, and who can get that final shot? They can't quite connect on each other, but it looks like Neo wins this with 17 health to spare, but he does go down, unfortunately. Just a snippet to remove him from that play. God of Wolf, they down to their last 2 players, but they did get 2 eliminations themselves. Now, unfortunately for them, RRQ still have their full roster, so if they spot any players of God of Wolf, such as Dian, they will eliminate them on the spot.
Let's see if or not they can find a little bit more of that action, and I think they don't have to wait for long at all. Indostars, on the other hand, up against Flash. Yan Bin tagged up already. Poppy couldn't really run away all that too far. Flashy exit early in this game. It's wrong Vietnamese team, but whatever. That floats the boat of Indostars. They don't mind who they go up against as long as they are cashing in those points.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of a quick start for Indostars, a slow middle, maybe hoping to end on a high. Expand getting another elimination, kicking them up to 3 eliminations, but RRQ just, he loses that against Ray. Evos gonna get that knock and hopefully elimination as well. Razor trying to scout for his team. They don't have vision of anybody, so they do seem to have a pretty safe path around the compound, but I think once they spot somebody, that's when we're going to start seeing that gunfight break off yet again. Stalwart Esports, so about to run into Indostars. Now, this could be a pretty interesting matchup.
It's going to be a heated one. Stalwart may be the front runners here, but Indostars is well oiled at this point of time. They're well warmed up.
Kachil
did not look warmed up.
He was not ready for that one at all. Very slow response. I think he just didn't expect anyone to come from his 6. Great sneak play coming in from Stalwart Esports. So now with the numbers disadvantage, Indostars are not happy with this at all. 18 Deer all alone on that rooftop. This is probably the last place he wants to be. Did 18 Deer manage to get any revives up? It looks like they did. Okay, I see Liam flying in, so it wouldn't be the end for this team. In the meantime, they're Heavy are going to go for the aggressive play for themselves. And are they going to win that matchup? Evos wins that one, unfortunately. Hans on the ground. Now it's going to come down to Kabi. Does he want to go for the revive? He's thinking about it, but there's just no cover, and his teammate gets eliminated. The glue wall just 1 second too late.
You're talking about those bottle goals being 1 second too late now. Well, that's a skill one, buddy. So I gotta fix that one later. But that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here. You know, in a heated battle, you don't really want to make those mistakes at all. At a pro level like this, a single second slow on the glue wall, it costs you your life, and we saw that in perfect display. RIP, great SMG in hand with a rate of fire, but Bison goes in for the chase. RIP still gets the tag, but shut down. Ma'al was in the right place at the right time. Homeboys putting on the heat out there as well at the same time.
Homeboys may be waking up today wanting to get some points on the board. That's some great news for the Homeboy fans. Stalwart Esports, though, still stuck in this skirmish up against Indostars. Now, remember, Indostars, they did have to get a couple of revives in, so I don't think the team is actually in a really great place to try and play aggressive, but they do have to fend off Stalwart because they're still sticking around within their territory. Evos, in the meantime, though, have secured Museum all for themselves, chasing off Heavy, thankfully, so Evos will have free reign of this area if they want to continue to loot, or they might run into this player on the side of Heavy. They won't be happy about that one. Speaking of, switching over to Falcon. No eliminations for this team, so it looks like it's been a very quiet one here for Falcon.
Reverse Red, 2 more players alive here as Homeboys get eliminated. They have managed to bring Sci-Fi and Barros right back into the equation. Diamond with the fantastic revives, instantaneous. Nothing much for us to worry about. Let's see if or not Indostars does it. Yes, Indostars does the exact same as well, but 2 of their players on that revive, so they're going to be splitting apart. Indostars may lose more players, and they do exactly that. Raz at down and out. Cochil's going to be the next one to follow suit. but those double revivals should help them make their way back into the game a little bit later on. Expand loses one player as they try to cut that distance down against Reverse Red. I mean, this is a dangerous play coming on through. Exposy backs away. Diane's waiting in the back line, so God of Wolf might just be able to get an easy nick off here.
Might be Nameless though getting caught there on the side of Reverse Red, unfortunately, and looks like Razor getting caught there by Diamond. Fantastic snipes coming in, but here comes the reinforcement. Can they get the revenge? And they will get that revenge shot. So sure, Razor goes down, but a 1-for-1 trade. This is the best case scenario you can ask for on the side of RRQ. Now, Expand are in a finicky position themselves because they are within the sights of RRQ.
Expand got the knock onto the Reverse Red player, stolen away by Ma'al from the side of RRQ. Expand wants revenge. Expand wants someone to pay for that one stolen elimination point, but they can't get too rambunctious out there. They send out the UAV for the information gameplay instead. In the meantime, we catch up with the Vietnamese God of War going up against a solid team in Team Falcons. Diane, Coscu down on the ground, and that's your rusher. So Falcons in a lot of trouble.
Oh my
the final player, God of Wolf. Are you insane? They're getting the impossible done here. Peter trying to survive. Bison in hand. Nobody's caught him just yet. Can't use the pocket shot at this point of time. Peter does manage to shut down Diane, but the numbers do stack up. RIP puts them out, and Falcons faltering early in this Nextterra game.
Oh, the Wolves eat the Falcon up. What a crazy play coming in from God of Wolf. And I think now motivated, looking to go for their next target. And it might just be P Esports who are just trying to go for a quick drive-by. Heavy in the meantime, though, under heavy assault by RRQ. Just not able to move at all. They're trying to hide, but Kabi gets caught. And I think this might just be the last player here on the side of Heavy as well. RRQ just wanting to add that 9th point to their elimination score. It should be a pretty quick one as well. Evos is there. Oh, I think Evos have stolen that away from them. Tan on the ground, and Gray snaps that one up, and it looks like maybe we could be looking at an Indonesian team versus team situation here. It depends on if RRQ wants to go, but it seems like they're just going to leave it for now.
See if or not a little bit of a mix-up here with that portal go could happen between RRQ and Evos Divine. Got one laid out already. Aim God, LMG sprays from afar, which is not much in terms of heavy firepower to get that shut down. A 124 popped by Ma'al. Very smart play by RRQ to disable Evos Divine. They've got the flank already. They just have to pull this timing off right here. Quick reposition through that portal go. Evos Divine's Aim God in a lot of trouble as a Bay High tries to climb up these stairs one after the other. Aim God with a good glue wall, just waiting for his opportune moment to strike. So that 1v1 will have to catch up with them in a little bit. Into Stars looks for the reposition, running away from that storm. Blue circle looking for that safe zone. It's still a pretty cozy big circle here for them to all run around. But of course, time will tell exactly who survives.
So far, it seems like the center is occupied by Reverse Red. We do have RRQ occupying one of the sides as well for themselves. Diamond scouting for the team. Now, here's the issue here with Reverse Red's position. Diamond is in a really great spot to potentially snipe, but his team could be vulnerable to potentially being rushed here. So if they are not careful, if he's not able to get those shots in, we could actually see Reverse Red in basically just take a bite of the pie and sort of like regret it at a later date. But we'll see if they decide to hold things off. If they take things a little bit too quick and show their position, they are exposing themselves to a potential team sandwich. A sandwich between Expand and RRQ.
Good trigger discipline there. The players didn't manage to spot each other out. Nextterra, but you don't want to bring that attention to yourself a little bit too early. UAV sent out to scan the rest of the outer circle parts for Expand. So now that they know that nobody's outside the circle to talk to them, but the UAV, though, sent out a tad bit too early. GOW now stepping into the vicinity of that UAV trajectory from the side of Expand. So they might just get caught with their pants down here. The information gameplay could have failed Expand due to the timing.
Oh, things might be a little bit crazy. Oh, Portal Go, Expand is coming in. It could be a 3-way team battle here. It depends on whether Expand decide to try and jump in now or if they're going to wait for that opportunity to go for that third party. We still see a couple of shots here. Crime MKS sticking his nose into that fight now. All of a sudden, RRQ and Reverse Red will need to be very wary of those potential shots that are going to be coming in from that angle. Yeah. Especially for Reverse Red, they are pincered, so they have to watch their front and their 6.
God of War could just be the bane of Expand's existence here. It's all about the timing. RRQ Inside the house, reverse red from outside. PE Sports can interfere. In the meantime, reverse red finds Aim God from the side of EVOS Divine. Takes him quickly out of the equation. 2 Indonesian squads flanking reverse red. 3 Indonesian squads flanking reverse red. This is going to be a party.
It could be a party, it could be a disaster as well. We'll have to see how this turns out so far. RRQ staying put, same thing with Expand, but Indostars are going to launch themselves into reverse red. They've sent one of their players in, he's all alone. It looks like they aren't ready to jump in. They were hoping maybe to see somebody, but they sort of back on. But God of Wolf coming into Indostars, watching their 6. If they're not ready for this, this could be disastrous.
A 1-2-4 popped already. God of Wolf on the back foot right now. 18DA has used up his Natsuya's Rebel Rush, so he can't really rush on in to get the shots. But Liam, solid grenade. Takes one out of the equation. One more player down on the ground. Raz goes in for the finisher. SMG drops both players. Raz taken down by Fires, who shows up. Expand, storming the house of Indostars after a little bit of the job was done against God of Wolf. Now Indostars trying to finish off God of Wolf as a full squad. In the meantime, Expand trying to wait for them to get that part of the job done first before they take out the rest of the Indostars squad.
Oh, Hans. Okay, Hans is trying to stay up for this team. His entire team has been ravaged, so he's going to have to try and play the defensive game. Heavy, they're launching themselves towards that circle. So look at the positioning of that circle. Everyone is towards the bottom side, so we will be seeing everybody funnel in. And the teams that are right next to that circle, they have an opportunity to gatekeep here, but they have to make sure these shots land because they are going to have numerous teams trying to fight their way through that circle. Death Center on the Intellect Center text. This could be pretty scary here. EVO's going to straight away go for that immediate gatekeep. Reverse red is right underneath them though, so if they don't stop this anytime soon, that compound is going to be stormed.
Vending machine blessing for Indostars. Expand have got a good compound to play around with. They just need to play their timing as well. They've got the portal go to storm the front of RRQ. RRQ in a little bit of a heated battle with reverse red. So Expand just needs to play this timing really well. In fact, they don't even need to use the portal go. They can rotate long way around towards the opposite side of this Intellect Center and just play possum, wait for that final moment to hop on into battle. Indostars in a heated battle against PE Sports this time round, not doing too well. And Expand, they approach from the back. Perhaps the biggest winners here could just be the Malaysian squad. Whoa! We'll catch up with them in a little bit. RIP dropping one, Nameless down on the ground as well. EVOS Divine alongside God of Wolf, both hitting on reverse red.
PE Sports, so look at them. They don't have to compete with anybody because all the teams right now are coming in towards that side entrance. Reverse red, though, storming onto EVOS. God of Wolf Rip, he's all alone. And look at Dew. Dew is also on the rooftop, so he could actually try and go for some sneaky plays himself if he really wanted to. Crime MKS healing on the side of Expand. They're going to have to start moving along with the circle. Otherwise, they will take critical amounts of damage. Heavy, unfortunately, going to end the round in 8th place. And now we are down to our final circle here, AJ. We still have 7 teams in the competition, 15 players remaining, and look at this, they're going to actually try and break that window open so that their whole team can make it through. Stalwart Esports, 7th place, now down to 6 teams. This is going to be crazy. If you're PE Sports, this is your time to shine. You eat everybody as they come through those choke points.
Absolutely. And of course, PE Sports have to be a little bit careful here as well. A couple of portal goals could just change their fate. Expand now drops one out to reposition towards the left-hand side of PE Sports, and that reposition has happened already. Now PE in a lot of trouble. 18D is still holding on to his position here. Here comes EVOS Divine. God of Wolf still has RIP inside here within the compound. It's a 1v1v1, and therefore it should end up within a battle between the team of PE Sports and Expand by the end of days, because God of Wolf, EVOS Divine, Indostars, they just don't have the numbers to sustain.
Oh, they're actually looking to move forward here. So we've got our last 3 single players coming in from the side. Expand also seeing that PE Sports are wanting to start advancing. 18 Deer, all he has to do is survive. Same thing with Ray, and let the fight, let this war happen between PE Sports and Expand. Don't stick your nose into the business where it doesn't belong. But look at this though, they're going to actually try and go for a different angle. Ray caught in the middle of this crossfire, and the grenades are flying in. They have to be careful if you're PE Sports. You cannot group up. If you get caught by those grenades and 2 of your players go down, that's the call for Expand to just go. And I think they actually caught one, Don't Cry, on the ground. Now down to 3. Miracord as well. Now they're being stormed.
GG.
This is Expand's time to shine. They have done it. Expand secure the booyah for game number 5, and look how happy they look. They made me think twice going into that late game. That portal going on towards the left-hand side, competing with PE Sports. I had a mini heart attack, but they made the right call to actually force the issue for PE Sports.
Yeah, so they weren't really aiming for PE Sports. They just wanted to focus on their own defensive gameplay there very clearly, right? Because they do take the reposition, but they do not try to prey on PE Sports. They don't want to open themselves up to any early engagements whatsoever. That reposition did allow them to run away from the pressure of the zone, and that is something that Indostars could not do because he was stuck there with GOW's player. I believe there was another Indonesian team in there as well. EVOS Divine, I believe. So that skirmish was going on between the three of them. But the beauty of the whole finisher was allowing PE Sports to go in and engage for those free points, and then they ended up preying on them instead. Fantastically done by Team Expand. When they wanted to go for PE Sports, it wasn't a straightforward engagement. We saw the grenades do the damage first. All of those lethals tossed on out. 2 players got knocked down. They just swooped on in for the finisher. Beautifully executed.
I wonder if things could have been a little bit different for PE Sports if the team wasn't grouped up, because they came from a bottleneck. They came through a very small area, and it was either you send your players in one by one, which in that situation would have just been a death sentence for everyone. So they had to go out together, be at risk of being caught out by those grenades, and unfortunately they just copped the wrong one, and they lost those players so quickly. And we know Expand, right? This is the team, they're opportunists. They won't fight you head on unless they see that they get an advantage, either when it comes through a player getting knocked, unless they realize their opponents have maybe run out of glue walls, if they have an excess of glue wall melters. That's the only time you're going to see Expand go in. So because they got that opportunity, it just opened the floodgates for them to just go in and win the match.
And I think the mistake that they made in that Purgatory matchup, they just decided they're never going to make that again. And thankfully, they didn't. And that mistake was not conserving those portal goals for that very final opportune moment. This time around, it was used at the right moment. And of course, that gave them a better position against PE Sports. Surprisingly, it was the exact same team within Purgatory that used that portal goal smartly to get the booyah for themselves by placing themselves on top of the roof of that building within that final circle, right? So brilliantly done this time around. And it's clearly evident here that Expand's just not a team that just goes on game after game, not really thinking about the repercussions of their actions. They assessed their failure earlier on for not being able to hit the booyah, made that adjustment. The booyah winners this time around at Nextterra.
Look, you got to be rewarded if you're adjusting and making those adjustments when you realize that you're starting to make those small mistakes. So again, Expand, this is probably, would you say this is Expand's best day? I think for points.
In the grand scheme of things, no. I think they've had a better day. Today, they've kind of faltered a tad bit, but it's a good day. It's not a slow day. It's not a bad day. It's a good day for Expand. This is the team that is trying to climb up from that 8th spot up the overall leaderboard. They're trying to catch up with Attack All Around, who is now 22 points away from them. After that booyah, I think they could have gotten it done. Even if they didn't, we've got one more game, and Attack All Around's not playing today.
True. And actually, I want to also mention very quickly, PE Sports really stepping it up today. They've really impressed the both of us with their performance and also the number of points that they picked up. But let's see what Expand have to say, because I think they have a lot to say, especially with how things went in that final game.
Anytime now.
Waalaikumsalam. Selamat Raya.
Selamat Raya.
Maaf Zahid Batin.
Maaf Zahid dan Batin juga.
Dengan senyum lebar. So, our first question for tonight, for team from Expand.
Yeah.
What is your feeling after you got booyah for the second time? How does it feel? Adrenaline, how's the energy, how's the aura?
Kami berasa sangat bersyukur dan gembira kerana kami setelah beberapa game mendapatkan booyah tapi gagal, akhirnya kami berjaya mendapatkan booyah untuk game kelima.
Okay, finally, what is mentioned is after so many times they want to get to booyah, but finally they get a booyah for the Malaysian team, and finally, smiling with all the charming.
Ya, betul. So, teruskan soalan yang seterusnya.
Okay. Game based on the previous match on you get the first Booyah on the same map that is in Nextterra, and again you do it again. But what Aji was vicious for, basically on the first Booyah is using a medic ni Booyah, correct not? But kali ni you on team fight.
Ya.
So how is it feeling? How is the
Rasa bangga lah sebab kita dapat tunjukkan firepower dan tidak dapat menunjukkan kepada orang lain, dapat menunjukkan kepada orang luar bahawa Malaysia bukan tim lemah untuk dipandang remeh.
Oh, look at that statement. That statement is telling everybody.
Where's that?
The first Booyah, yes, medic. But now it's on team fight, so they are not a small team, you know. Don't play with expand. That is their statement.
Okay, so what's your last word for your fans,
Yes.
especially for expand fans?
Untuk kepada fan lah, terima kasih sebab masih mendukung kita orang sampai ke tahap ini. Kami sentiasa ingin memberikan performa yang terbaik kepada fan-fan kita orang untuk diorang bangga dengan pencapaian kita orang. Terima kasih.
Okay, basically their message is very simple to our fans. Thank you for the support. They will still perform and they will do the best of the best to make sure to give you a big smile.
Yeah, but we have a last request.
What request? What? Oh, Boy Dance! Boy Dance!
We need Roy to do a
Okay, we're finally back. Apologies, guys, because we may have had a quick sneak peek at that final map, and we were both just so mind blown that we kind of forgot to come back. Oh my gosh, AJ, this last game, man.
I mean, whatever happens, I think I'm pretty decently pleased with I wouldn't say the underdogs, but from all segments of the overall leaderboard, right? You've got some heated battles between teams like Reverse, Red, Stalwart, even Falcons. Although it's not an explosive day, they're doing their fair share. We're seeing quite a bit of highlights on these teams. We're also seeing the highlights from the teams down at the bottom. We talked about how PE Sports should not be focusing on the teams who are trying to rush on it into the top 12 to do badly, but they have to focus on their own solid gameplays and put some distance between themselves as well as WAG, Onyx Olympus, and they have lived up to their own promise. They are now putting these two teams who are in Group C at risk of being relegated from the top 12, and Heavy now is just 12 points away from breaking into the top 12, right? So potentially to take away Onyx Olympus's spot in the 12th spot right now. But it's a big ask, I guess, because you talked about how 1 point from 2 games, and then we saw the Booyah followed by just 4 points. We don't know what they raked in this time round. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
And I think we also need to wait and see how Onyx performs tomorrow because, you know, we haven't seen Onyx. And remember, we are playing on a brand new meta, brand new patch. So, like for the teams in Group C, we don't even know how they're making their adaptations. I 100% believe that all the teams that are competing tomorrow, Group C, they are definitely watching these games today just to see how the other teams are currently adapting to the patch. And I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this. Do you think this is actually quite advantageous to play second because you get to witness how the other teams are adapting to the latest changes?
Quite honestly, I would say it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because there's no money at play here, regardless of your position in the top 12. As long as you're going to be able to hustle up towards the top, kind of like experiment through the new meta here and hope and pray there's no other, last minute patches before we get into the final week of play, you should be good. And I think all of the tests being done here by Expand seems to be working out for them. They bring a double Tatsuya, 1A124 in there with the Iris as well, so that they are well stacked in cash. And it seems to be that the firepower out of Prime MKS has been able to keep them in the higher ranks of elimination. Although, of course, nothing too bombastic this time around. Only a total of 11 eliminations for a total of 23 points from their Booyah.
So, question. We did see a nerf essentially to CQC and also to Tatsuya, but we still see double Tatsuya, and essentially we're seeing a lot of teams still running Tatsuya.
Yeah.
Do you really think that the changes to Tatsuya is really going to be changing this selection, like his active ability for teams, or do you still think it's quite valuable, even though it has essentially been nerfed?
It's still very valuable because the only nerf that has come through is the extra 15 seconds on the cooldown. So you still do get to pump your Tatsuya twice. There's a 1 second lag between those two pumps. You just have to wait an extra 15 seconds for that refresh on your Tatsuya's Rebel Rush. So it's not a very big nerf in the grand scheme of things, but it does cut down the intensity that Tatsuya brings into these battles. And it seems to be a overall balance balanced patch update, I would have to say, to just reduce the pace of the game in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, slightly lower pace, not too much of a difference. Tatsuya is still useful.
Interesting. Alrighty, folks. So as we wrap things up here for game at number 5, we do need to prep for game number 6.
Oh yeah.
The random map. And you guys still don't know what this map is, but the players know. They are ready. They are in the lobby. We are waiting for the sign to show you guys what this map is going to be, because it is going to be such a epic grand finale for today. Just wrapping up with the weapons. Top choice here, Bison, followed by the Woodpecker and the M1887. Okay, who needs the most points here, AJ? I think out of all the points here, is there any team that you feel really needs to perform for this final round? Regardless of the map, just a team in general. Who just hasn't gotten points today?
Who hasn't gotten points today? Well, Heavy hasn't gotten much points. They have gotten a booyah, but they're sitting dead last in the overall grand scheme of things. They've got a total of okay, not dead last in terms of the total number of points picked up, but dead last in terms of the teams that really need to hustle for the top spot, right? For the teams that we have been highlighting, we compared them to PE Sports, we compared them to teams like Indostars. You know, those teams have been doing fairly decently for themselves. And Heavy's the only one that, you know, after that one booyah, they're back to just chilling down here at the bottom. Maybe 9 points is decent, but we want a little bit more from that. We are looking at them hitting those 12 points to break into the top 12. So as long as they don't pull a usual Heavy play style, I think...
If they don't play too heavy, you mean?
yeah. You know, keep it average. Just get into
Keep
the final
average.
circle.
I like that. Keep it average. Alright, Heavy. Lots of pressure on this team to really perform for this final game, because this is their... Essentially, this is the halfway mark for all of these teams, because they've already played their first round. So A will play again on Sunday. Tomorrow we're going to be seeing B again playing up against C. And we all know what happens when Group C comes into the fold. Buriram United, hogging up all the points. But I do wonder, how is Buriram sort of adapting to the latest meta changes? Like, is it another just average day in the office for this team? Are they maybe struggling? Were there some abilities or weapons that were nerfed that they actually really favored? Like, that's something that I would really love to know in regards to this team.
It's so many storylines here to keep our minds on. And it looks like they may just be able to deliver on what's exactly needed from them, right? It's just that with the new meta update, everybody's got the fire under their bums. They're all out there trying to perform their very best. It's just a little chaotic on this first day coming back after a 2-week break. But of course, let's see exactly where we fly on into in the map selector.
All right. Finally ready to reveal the last map for all of our spectators. Can you make the prediction? Did you ever think we were going to get Alpine? This map. Let's go back to the story of frontrunners. Who are we looking at frontrunners for Alpine again?
Of course, if you're looking at Alpine as a whole, it has to be Team Falcons. Earlier on, it was Heavy, though, that pulled away that phenomenal booyah for themselves. So we were talking about the 12 points that they need. This could be a great indicator for us that they are going to be able to deliver on that request.
We're going to have to see if they can make this happen, though, because the first booyah today, absolutely unexpected. I don't think anyone expected that at all. If they are able to pull a second booyah, or even just to perform well on this map, I think that would already be a surprise for everyone that is watching this map. So Alpine, the potential lifeline here for Heavy, to break them into top 12, and to now put pressure on Onyx to perform in their next 12 games. Like, if you're Onyx, I think you are definitely watching the games today and just trying to see, okay, how many points do we need to get in our 12 games to put us in a comfortable spot in top 12? Because for anyone to catch you, like, that is already a red flag, especially when you're trying to aim for top 12. Sure, we've still got plenty of weeks to play, but you still have to respect your opponents. Just because you have an extra play day, it doesn't mean you're guaranteed to be safe.
I have to agree with you, right? And of course, to touch up on another team that desperately needs those points as well, we were talking about how God of Wolf needs some heavy points on their side. They haven't really picked up anything solid today. 54 points in the grand scheme of things to make it into the top 12. Impossible to pull away from this one final map. But if they can get into the top 3, maybe it's a good start for them before we head on into their final day of play before the week's over.
Maybe, but it's time, folks. Game number 6, our grand finale for today for Groups A versus B. We're flying back into Alpine. It's going to be a reset. To anyone that might be cheering for your teams, you got to cross your fingers, cross your toes, and maybe pray as well, because this is the last round for these teams to grab those points before they hit the halfway mark, because we are essentially at the halfway mark for teams in Group A and B. Finish off strong and then get ready for their next couple matches on Saturday and Sunday. Top to bottom flight path, pretty much straight down the center. So we are going to have everyone go to their usual drop zones. But the question we have here is, are we seeing any potential hot drops? So far, it looks pretty clear. We do see a little bit of scouting and actually Expand flying back into Garrison. Interesting decision to fly that even though they hit the halfway mark on the plane.
Let's see if or not the chaos could be boiled down to a silence earlier in the game so that we don't have too much of the chaos breaking down with like 7-8 teams trying to squeeze into that final circle later on. Expand has got 2 teams to deal with. Team Flash as well as Homeboys, albeit not the full squad out there.
Looks like Crime MKS looking to just get rid of Fies here. If they do get that elim, it would be a nice little point, but it's just one player. I'm not really threatened, but they are being scouted, so they at least know that Expand is going to be within Garrison. Indostars, in the meantime, though, just going to be doing what they can, playing around Stadium. Now, they do have to be wary of Stalwart Esports. Oh, looks like Tan actually got caught on the side of Heavy. Falcon actually engaging into Heavy. This is not a matchup you want to be running into at all. But it looks like Flash going to be running into Expand and Heavy.
Oh my God.
Their redemption arc has officially ended.
Yep. So they were dead last in the teams that we were looking to really perform today. 42 points, and now the first team to get eliminated. They just don't make it through to the top 12, although they had 6 games to get the job done. Indostars, on the other hand, has been slowly but surely just creeping up the top. 66 points thus far. They've got a booyah from the day. 31 from placements, 35 from eliminations. I mean, this is their final chance to go in here and perform, and I think we can definitely see the Indonesian squad in that final circle the way they've been moving.
Potentially. Now, we are seeing Homeboys, one of their players, unfortunately going to be taking some damage here, but look at that, though. Looks like Raz getting a free elim, and Stalwart Esports are just out. Hello?
Indostars!
This team is ready to swipe the booyah. They are hungry. They want to win this game. They want to finish strong. Okay, this might be a really good sign for a really great game number 6 here, AJ.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Reverse Red as well. That's trying to run away from Stalwart Esports. So early exit, surprising exit for Stalwart. And
bit of a shocker, yeah.
Shocker, yeah, but props to Indostars. The consistency has been mind-blowing from the final week of the first half of the knockout stages, and clearly they haven't really dropped any bit of momentum. But a butterfly ain't gonna be floating around. Peter now tagged up from afar. Luffy, Woodpecker, ay. The glue wall went down. He turns around, one more, and Luffy, they take each other out at the very same time. Insane stuff out there, but it looks like one more is going to be picked right up here by Cougar. Here, the team from Indonesia slowly approaching the situation as well. EVOS Divine. Oh, the wrong team at the wrong time for Falcons to deal with.
But Koski actually did a really good job at actually drawing their attention away. So the team was able to get that recovery in, and now they're looking to get their way into that compound. EVOS, they will have to rely on their sniper on that high ground. Koski causing quite a bit of issues. Look at that though. A trade. 1-for-1. Both players going to go down, and EVOS will be losing to Koski. So that's going to be an elim already. Koski, though, still on the ground. Abax is here looking to try and go for the finish, but has to fight against Peter. He wins! Abax putting himself in a very advantageous position for his team. So now Falcons down to 2 players. Not going to be happy, but here comes G'day. Oh, tries to ram them with the vehicle. And they caught one more. Falcons are out. 10th place. Oh my gosh. What an opening for these teams.
Holy mama! Looks like the acquisition didn't inject them with any bit of extra adrenaline. If they want to make that recovery, we'll have to wait for their next day of play. That's all about what you can see from the Falcons. We'll have to wait until day 3, Sunday, for them to show up once again and show up what the new acquisition has buffed them up with. In the meantime, Reverse Red, a team that has not had the best of runs today, but still pretty decent with their average scores out there. Reverse Red is a team that's capable of exceeding 110 points within a day, but today just a mere 71 picked up from the 5 games played. Not too shabby in the grand scheme of things against some of these other squads.
Yeah, looking at multiple elimination leaders here, 3 teams sitting on 4 eliminations so far. So we're not looking at a very fast-paced game, but we're also not looking at something that is extremely slow. But to see we are down to 9 teams already, I think this is the fastest we have seen 3 teams be eliminated from a matchup. Now, switching on over here to Flash, they have occupied a compound for themselves on the high ground. They do see Expand on that low ground. And actually, Crime is a little far from his team. So if things do decide to get a little bit hairy, we could be looking at a bit of an issue here. But Flash not looking to press the issue themselves, actually going to be playing it a lot safer than I thought they would. Just going straight to the vehicle. They're thinking about it. They're hanging around back here. Maybe worried that they're going to be caught by a team.
Just the first circle, so their Punisher onto X-Roy is not going to be putting Expand in a terrible position. They do have the cash to purchase him right back in here. It's still the first circle, so Pocket Market's going to be your hero for the time being. But RRQ against PE Sports, Nero tags him up with a grenade launcher. Legalop has got the Trogon in hand, but airdrop first, baby.
Get that airdrop in. Okay, what's the call here? Is PE or RRQ going to make that push? Because for RRQ, they're essentially just going to gatekeep here. So for PE, they've got to break themselves through. They use the portal go, and actually they're going to send the team back. So I guess they're just going to play with that blue zone. Just go the long way if they really have to.
Interesting play. RRQ. One player is just deep into the position. He sends out the UAV from the back of PE Sports. Information given away already. But RRQ, was that a sacrifice they could deal with? The player still not taken down and out of the equation just yet. RRQ has got the portal go to cut the distance down. And EVOS Divine leading the eliminations now. And this is insane because they were already leading the eliminations before we even got into this final match. They were leading the points of the overall leaderboard as well. Crime MKS down on the ground. Ain't picks up yet another for themselves.
Man, I wonder what the damage was there for Expand, how many players they have left remaining, because running into EVOS, there's definitely a scary team, and for Expand to lose that matchup, not happy with that one at all. But it looks like Reverse Red are about to run into Flash. And Flash do see them, and the vehicle is going to give their position away as well. So Reverse Red going straight into immediate downs there. Yanbin and Shin on the ground. Team is nowhere in sight. They've actually just decided to abandon this fight altogether. So free E-Limbs on the side of Reverse Red.
It looks like free pickings here, just like you said, as they circled on him. Reverse Red was like, "Oh, hi, team. Bye, team." Took those points away. In the Stars, the team that has been on a fantastic performance here today as well, alongside their brothers EVOS Divine, albeit not as powerful with the point stack. Now they go up against Homeboys. Perhaps easy points here as well, unless Homeboys finally choose to wake up in the competition.
Liam is potentially surrounded here if anyone does try to go and make that round play happen. It looks like he's going to be in the clear. RRQ, though, actually going to be going in for a skirmish themselves. Mal playing on the outside. PE Sports, they do manage to get the drop there, but Dutz is on the ground, and so is Razor. I think PE Sports may have the advantage. Mal is all alone. Actually trying to go for the heals. Hong An shooting from the outside. Too many players completely outnumbered. The Indonesians are out, and PE Sports secure 4 elimination points.
RRQ, Kazu, they were pretty much mid-tier team today, and with an early exit, today has been quite the torturous one for them. They'll have to make those adjustments in the next day of play before Sunday is over. IDS, on the other hand, 4 eliminations already. And just like we talked about, easy pickings. Homeboys just becoming feed here as Fires just hits that revive button over and over again, bringing his players back instantaneously the moment they get taken down. Butterfly floats on out, but gets shut down instantaneously. Could shield from the back. Liam cooking up the grenade. Who's going to eat it up, though? Raz down here getting the job done. Drops Spade as well outside. There, I believe, was another player for the side of Homeboys, so no total team wipe just yet.
No total team wipe, but 8 eliminations there for Indostars, off to a fantastic start for this round here, AJ. Now, back on to Expand. Looks like they're going to have a very clear entry into the safe zone here. No teams anywhere in sight, so they are in prime position to go for any kind of gatekeeping play. I don't expect this team to play aggressively. I think after their success today, I feel like Expand is going to have to sort of rein things in if they want to end the day with a nice number of points. God of Wolf. Okay, this one's a bit of a surprise. This team is still in the game, and this is their opportunity to get points because they could potentially get a free pickup here onto one of the players for Homeboys, who's running the opposite direction. I don't know if they can hit this. Still hiding. Committing a lot of resources for this too.
The two poorest team in terms of performance playing against each other, and Homeboys the worst performer. So we kind of know exactly how this one's gonna end. Luffy down, Homeboys out.
That's gonna be a point for God of Wolf. I mean, they're happy. Elimination point on the board also guarantees at least a top 7 placing for this game.
Oh yeah.
And we have seen that next circle as well. So much towards the north. All the teams toward the southern side are going to have to make that long path through. But Reverse Red, though, very clear entry from that northern side if they want, but instead going to go for the portal go, and we'll run into P Esports. I think this one is going to be a really interesting matchup here. Diamond going to start things for the team as he rushes in. Posey hiding in the backline. So is Nameless, Nero, LBT, and Hong An hiding within the solar panels. Diamond, Nameless, trying to make that opening happen. Posey can't quite get that angle. He's going to try and rush in to help his team. Diamond quite low. LBT coming in. They get the drop off onto Diamond. LBT still juking around, creating so many openings. And Sming! The sniper's been caught out by Don't Cry. I think they've just completely dismantled Reverse Red here.
Well, here comes that RGS 50 play as well, but Nero is down. He can't use those grenade launchers in, and all of those players from the side of Reverse Red grouped into a tiny little spot. Easy pickings like shooting fish in a barrel. PE Sports once again annihilating a titan of a Thai squad.
Good morning, good evening, PE Sports. Where have you been? This team is really starting to pop off, and if this continues, they could potentially be in the running to get this next booyah. Indostars, they're going to run into God of Wolf. Diana's all alone. Ripper's there, and so is Iza, but to compete with IDS, I think this might just be a death sentence here. Rip even gets caught there by 18 Dia. Indostar still trying to chase down Dian. This pesky player doing a really great job juking and wasting their time. And this kind of play is also going to bite IDS as well, because they will have to commit those healing resources to get back to full. They've lost Liam, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get him back. It looks like they have found the vending machine. So Liam will be brought back here for Indostars. Back to full. He will be really light on his inventory. But hang on a minute though, Flash going to be jumped on by P Esports, the team that's on fire, who's looking to grab those points. And unfortunately for Flash, they're stuck within this compound. They're not feeling happy about this at all. God of Wolf sitting in 6th place, now down to our top 5 teams here, AJ. I don't know if Flash is going to get out of this at all.
Oh, big fight. PE going up against IDS. Liam, 8-1 straight in the face. That's a little unfortunate. Indostars now down 1 man already. The players flanking around from the left-hand side. It's all going to be those lethals making the work first. Ice grenade alongside the glue wall melt. There's no defenses for you, my dear Indonesians, they say. But Poppy down. Eva's Divine going for Team Flash. Team Flash out of the equation already. PE Sports not going to go in here for the pursuit, leaving perhaps Expand to deal with the Indonesian team in a bit.
Wow, we are almost looking at a full lobby for our final 4 teams. It's just Indostars. They've lost Liam, so they're down a player. But oh my goodness, this is going to be a heck of a fight, especially going into that circle there. Indostars and Expand are right on top of each other, and they're going to have to try and break through, because if you just keep running, you will be shot in the back of the head. X-Ray trying to go for the flank, but unfortunately those glue walls just causing too many issues, but they have been able to do that damage. Expand still looking pretty healthy. Indostars down a number of players, now down to 2. They still have 1 player on the ground. I Expand,
Yeah.
can they finish them off? 18 Deer, he gets the revive off, but he's going to be brought down by X-Roy. Expand, are they going to be the reason why Indostars don't make it into this final circle?
Looks like that's gonna be the case. Yeah, X-Roy hanging on out, but Aim God is there to knock him down a couple of notches. A little bit of an error in judgment from the hot-headed X-Roy, but I know exactly what he was going for. He wanted to end IDS right there and then, but he should have just watched out for that circle. Didn't have the HP to deal with that. Now the team of Expand, they need to rush on into that circle. Safe zone closes in 10 more seconds.
There goes Raz. So we're now down to our final three here. EVOS, PE, and Expand with only 2 players. If they can play patiently, that would be the key to victory here. But with 2 of EVOS's players here as well, causing a bit of a ruckus with the glue wall melters, this might force Expand out. But the question is, who is going to do the flushing? Is it going to be Expand forced to move? It looks like that is the case. They want to use that natural cover, the boulder, as their free sort of cover. Hong An driving forward with the vehicle there for PE Sports, looking to advance there onto EVOS. EVOS are standing their ground. We also have a portal go right in front of them as well, so if they do decide to go, there is that opening for this team to just rush in.
Expand needs to be really careful now. It's all about the timing. They've only got 2 players, so they desperately need PE Sports to engage with EVOS Divine Fest and then pull a surgical strike at the very end with just their 2 players. So this duo needs to kind of keep their heads down a tad bit first, but EVOS Divine and PE Sports not falling for the bait just yet. They say hello, Expand. It looks like you are the easier target. They both take pot shots against them.
EVOS, they're doing their best to try and shoot PE Sports, but they just don't quite have the angle. Actually looking to go for a break on the vehicle instead. This is creating space for Expand, who are slowly creeping towards EVOS. So far, the attention has been focused towards Expand, and it looks like for Expand, they're going to go towards PE Sports, but look at this though, Ray wanting to go for that backstab, and it looks like that is going to be it. Our last 2 teams, Expand in 3rd place, EVOS versus PE Sports. Who makes the right call here?
PE Sports, they won another one for themselves. Hwang An, the bottle go, but does put him on the right-hand side flank. M82B in hand, so those blue walls can't back him up. Aim God with the Trogon, though, trying to shut down Hwang An. Hwang An with a sliver of health. Good glue wall, pulled away. Aim God still there with the Trogon, though. Hwang An eaten up. EVOS Divine, 15 eliminations already. It looks like PE has lost too many numbers, and that's about it. EVOS Divine, the greatest team of day 1 after our 2-week break, ends the day with a booyah to their name.
That was a flawless execution going into that late game as well. They actually managed to finish it with all 4 players intact. They didn't lose anybody, and it was such a surgical execution of that late game as well. They drew attention with that first portal go, creating openings for their backliners to do their damage. It was really nice. I feel like I have to watch it again because the way they executed it, they never put anyone in danger. They didn't risk anything. They were always there, ready to give each other support if they really needed it.
Prior to this game, they were already the best performing team in the overall total points. 59 eliminations, 34 placements, no booyah. But they thought, hey, if we want to get it done, we might as well do it right. They add that booyah to the list. Massive eliminations. That's gonna obviously keep them in the #1 spot in the overall dominance as well as performance for the day. Props to Expand as well for getting into that final circle. Props to PE Sports, a team that we definitely were throwing on a lot of that spotlight on from the start of the day. We were talking about how they desperately needed to climb the leaderboard, especially because WAG and Onyx Olympus were not in performance. But not only did they manage to climb, they managed to also outdo the performance of RRQ.
Honestly, just a really surprising day. We definitely have some standout performers that we really didn't expect were going to be doing that great. I think the normal person would have just assumed it would be, the top performers like Falcons. I think most people would have expected were supposed to get most of the eliminations. Maybe not all the booyahs, but I think everyone would have just thought, okay, it should have been CGGG, should have been Falcons. They should have been the ones to dominate, but that didn't happen. We got so many unexpected results, and I'm really excited about this because this is giving me hope that moving forward, we're going to see some of these teams that previously struggled start to actually stand up for themselves against the teams that were previously at the top. And we could be seeing a change in dynamic as well. It's not uncommon for competitive Free Fire where you see a team just get crushed for the first half of the group stage, and then all of a sudden for the second half, they just have that second burst, that second spurt, and they just start walking all over the teams that originally crushed them.
You see, we were talking about this theory as well, and that theory was it was the month of Ramadan. It was the fasting month for a lot of these Muslim players. And, you know, it's not necessary that you are on a lower set of performance when you're fasting, because sometimes there can be an increased level of performance when you're on a fast. The problem is, though, the day of play only commenced after they had broken fast. So they were fasting the whole day and then they had a heavy meal. This now is a disadvantage because you could just be sleepy. The alternative is to not eat at all and stay hungry throughout your day of play after fasting the whole day. Clearly, that would not be the right choice, right? So we kind of saw a subdued performance from these teams. But the moment the food and the balance is back, baby, they are popping off. EVOS Divine, 122 points. Expand, 92 points. Indostars, 88 points. Yeah, they got it. They got it.
Maybe it's a sign for these teams to start incorporating this into their training. Maybe that's something to consider.
Absolutely.
So definitely an improvement for some of these teams that did struggle in the past, but oh my gosh, what a way to start the second half of the point stage. Like just these teams, again, like some of these teams are in their do or die positions where if you don't start getting those points, you are just not going to be in the running for top 12. And there are teams that are competing for some prize money too, right? It's not just only the playoffs prize money, but even just that prize money leading to playoffs. That's something that you also want to be working towards. And even, you know, the MVP money, like that's again, more money, like motivation. Money is nice motivation. Obviously winning and being the champion is a big motivation, but money is also a motivation.
It most definitely is, right? And how rare is it to kind of gather the creme de la creme of squads in one lobby to have a proper pro scrim? It's very difficult to get everybody's schedules to kind of line up. So many days of play gives them that opportunity, but it also gives us an opportunity to hear exactly what the Indonesians have to say in this interview segment for their best day of play.
Survivors, booyah for EVOS Divine! Woo! Congratulations! Luar biasa sekali. And I wanna ask about how do you feel about you getting booyah in the last round?
Gimana perasaan kamu akhirnya dapat buyah di match terakhir?
Ya, udah biasa sih jadi juru kunci match 6.
It's a usual thing for us to win in the last round.
Oh my god. Okay. Next, you have full support from EVOS fans. But aside from them, whose support is the most valuable for you?
Oke, kan kamu dapat dukungan penuh nih dari EVOS fans, tapi di samping mereka, dukungan dari siapa yang paling berharga untuk kamu dan mereka tuh nonton gak sih?
Ya paling buat orang-orang rumah sih, orang keluarga sama bini-bini.
Okay, the most the most valuable support is from his family, especially his wife.
Wow, your wife, okay. So, what do you want to say to them?
Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak ke mereka?
Ke keluarga.
Ke keluarga.
Iya dong,
Ya,
yang dukung.
makasih buat dukungannya. Ya.
Yaudah iya.
Ya, makasih. Terus dukung. Sabar ya. Sabar.
Thank you for the support and please keep supporting me.
Okay, last for the last. Tapi you have celebration style.
Kamu ada gaya selebrasi kan kalau buyah?
Give us celebration.
Ini rekam ya. Klip nih. Udah. Ntar pada merinding di sini.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your team and good luck because this is last round for today. So see you next day and back to you, Shoutcaster.
Great battle cry to end the day, I think. I'm not sure what that was.
No, that was a burp because he finished
Was that a
eating up
burp?
everybody on the battlefield, right?
Oh,
I
that's...
mean, they deserve
no.
it.
Okay, no, I'm sick of a battle cry. I'm not thinking of a battle.
76 eliminations. They're burping all right. It's a good
Oh
burp.
my gosh.
It's a good burp.
Sure. I mean, great way to end the show. I mean, we've finished up all of our games today. All 6 games, A versus B, done and dusted. And because of that, we are going to be saying goodbye to Group A tomorrow because they are on a break. We don't see them until Sunday. But it means we are going to see some Group B and, of course, welcome back to Group C.
Yeah.
Again, it should be interesting. I know some people are just going to be like, oh, isn't it just going to be the dominance of Buriram again? I kind of don't think that might be the case. I feel like just with how everything is sort of changed up, we could see someone else stirring the pot. But again, we kind of don't know until the games really do kick off. But I have a feeling, this little nagging feeling that we could be seeing somebody sort of come up, rise up from the ashes and say, we have risen, we have arrived, we are ready to win our game and get those points. Because that's what happened today, especially with some of our teams. PE Sports, out of nowhere. Expand getting some great points as well. Like these 2 teams, definitely on my hit list for the next time that they play. I don't think you should ignore these teams anymore. Definitely have to watch out for them. But again, how will they do against Group C? That's my next question.
When Buriram's back, everybody's going to struggle a tad bit for sure. That's a different league altogether. But let's take a look at the eliminations here. Pretty stacked up. 10 just between G'day as well as Ray. Total 7 between AimGod and Apex for a total of 17 on the board. Alongside the Booyah gives them 29 points. Solid stuff out of EVOS Divine for a total of 122 points picked up on day 1 after a good break. The Indonesians are back and they are hot. Fun fact here, Raz, who got 6 eliminations in total for the elimination leader this time, is only 2 points short, 2 eliminations short of what Homeboy's Conspiracy got off of the whole day. In fact, Homeboy's Conspiracy, another fun fact, got 0 eliminations. They only got 8 points purely from placements. That team really needs to do some rethinking in terms of their strategy.
Well, I think I'm not sure about you, but my observation was that they basically played the same all day, didn't they? They tried to play around the outer circle, trying to not get noticed, try and play for that late game, but we saw multiple times they got picked off early. They didn't have a chance to grab points at all because they weren't getting those eliminations. I don't really know what you changed there because they were losing the skirmishes. They just didn't win anything. Like, what do you do at that point when it feels a little hopeless for you, no matter what you try?
I mean, I
think you need a mental moment just to sit down with the team. I think you have to have a really big talk. It really almost feels like you have to have that really big
I think we can sort them out. But, you know, I'm not going to have that talk with them. Somebody else needs to. It almost looks like Homeboys is going through a conspiracy against their own brand. They're not performing on purpose because there's just no excuses. You should be able to at least get into that final circle. This is a team, once again, arguably as good as Expand. At least they used to be, right? And then they just kind of fell off the face of the earth, never to make it back. But to only walk away with 8 placement points through 6 games played is 8 placements, and 8 eliminations, I have to say. So for a total of 16 points is just, not acceptable at all.
Definitely have to have that talk. But as we wrap up the day here, ladies and gentlemen, just very quickly, the round standings for our final game. 29 points there for EVOS, who also secured the Booyah and got 17 eliminations, followed by Indostars in second place with 22 points, mostly from the eliminations. They didn't actually place top 3. They actually only got 7 placement points, followed by PE Sports, 20 points. I mean, for PE Sports to get 20 points, something like that consistently throughout the day is very impressive. And look at this, PE Sports have rocketed themselves all the way to 9th place, pushing RRQ down to 10th. Wow.
Solid stuff, but they're still a legit 66 points behind Expand. So it's quite a bit of hustle that they need to do. But if there's something that we can bet on, it is the fight within the Vietnamese squad. We know we can depend on them. And this is the kind of team that is pretty inconsistent. So they might just show us a massive day one of these next couple of days. So we'll just wait to look out for that. Expand on a fantastic day of play today. Didn't manage to exceed the 100-point expectation, but 92 points overall is very, very much acceptable.
Well, this is going to conclude our teams in Group A and B. They now both have to deal with Group C over the course of this weekend. But before that, though, our MVP leader is still Fuda on the side of Buriram, getting 4 MVPs. But look at this, though. EVOS have actually caught up and are now in second place with Ray. So we could be seeing a contender here if EVOS are able to get some more MVPs on the board.
Yeah, no doubt at all. If EVOS Divine continues this sort of a performance, they can definitely battle Funa as well as Moshi for that MVP spot. Falcon as well as Stalwart, they'll have to bring their usual form of performance back in here if they want to stand a good shot at that MVP prize.
Well, AJ, it's been awesome having you as always. Love casting with you. But that's going to conclude the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. We're going to wrap things up, but don't forget, come back tomorrow for our next matchup, which is going to be Groups B versus C.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?